still plugged in over there? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon from Didsbury Cricket Club. I think we've got our sound problems sorted out now, and a dramatic start we've had to our game on a glorious day here at Didsbury Cricket Club, with the home side Didsbury having won the toss, choosing to bat. Tim Hughes getting away with an edge off the second ball for 4, but being given out LBW off Andrew Jackson's 4th ball. And just the start that Hyde will have wanted. Just a short trip across Stockport for them today to come here, and it should be a very good watchable game of cricket this afternoon. A super looking pitch and ground, very fast outfield, and two sides with some talented players. Marcus Fisher getting away there with probably will be 2. Oh no, they're going to go 3. It's quite a long boundary down to the leg side. So 3 for Marcus Fisher to conclude an eventful first over. 7 for 1 wicket. And early success for Andrew Jackson. Moving across from Toft, where he was for a number of years. Jackson this year. Fine all-round cricketer, and a big boost to Hyde's ranks. And we're going to see another boost to their ranks from the far end. This is Luke Young, isn't it, James? Yeah, my fellow scorer James Howe with me. He'll have enjoyed that first over. Well, not the runs in the first over, but he enjoyed the wicket for sure. And yes, Luke Young had a season at Chester last year, but back now at Hyde, and just sorting his field out with captain Danny Cramner. Sorting the score sheets out in the box, so we're all good to go. So yes, Luke Young, left arm over, and he'll be bowling to Noah Crowes. Correction, he won't be able to Marcus 23 off the last ball. Noah still hasn't faced a ball yet at the far end of the picture. Marcus Fisher made a fine 72 last week at Toft. Didsbury won there. Had an equally convincing win in their first match against Widnes. An 8-wicket win they had, and Luke Young was a big part of that with the bat. That's going to be leg byes. Has that gone for 4? I think it has. Yeah, 4 leg byes. Correction, just 1 leg bye. My fault again with that one. So yeah, I'll put that one on there. And now we will see Noah Crowes facing. We'll get this right in a minute. They're on 2. I was just checking something else. My apologies. So 2 leg byes. Fisher's still on strike. And Didsbury on to 9. So that one's striking Marcus Fisher on the thigh pad. He had a very enjoyable match here last year when he was playing for Chester in the Cheshire Cup, Luke Young, and bowling from the other end on that occasion. It was a bit of a grim grey Sunday afternoon, as I remember, but he took 3 very quick wickets, and that was a decisive contribution in that game. And he's trying his luck from the far end today. And a no ball, so 1 on the total for that one. But already the ball looks to be coming up nicely off the pitch. Good true bounce, and it really is a place to pitch the ball up. Okay, just some confusion here in the box. My co-hollow scorer James Howe is saying it was 4 leg buys. Okay, well we'll go and just sort that out in a moment. Another no ball. So we'll have time to correct that. I'll just correct it on the screen. We're watching from about 8 o'clock on your picture and cannot see down to the boundary in any way as scorers. We watch the ball, sorry, we watch the batsman and not the ball. So let's just do that now. So we're up to, yeah. Just having a check on the replay. James is quite correct. That's the second time that's happened in 2 weeks for me, with runs not being signalled. We've gone with them this time, 4 leg buys. Thank you, James. So 13-for-1 is the score. And a bit of an untidy start from Luke Young. A couple of no balls. He won't be happy with that. But certainly troubling the batsman with the length and keeping them interested. Oh, and that's another leg by the looks of it, and this is just 1 leg by. And we're all checking, yeah. So good, and even I've got that right. 1 leg by. So 7 runs off this over, but just so far Didsbury on to 14, as Noah Crows will finally face a delivery. Just 1 ball left in this over, and he'll have been watching carefully. As he lets that one go, and so 2 overs are bowled. And we're all good with that, yeah. So 14 for 1 off 2. There you can see the score card, just the early stages of that. That early wicket for Andrew Jackson. He'll be coming in again from this end nearest to us, the Parswood end. And he's bowling to Marcus Fisher. Off the edge, flown off the edge. There's a man down at third man out. It's young Nevin Maziri, tumbles down, fields it very well. That was travelling, that ball. That was a good stop. Just kept it to 1 run. And Marcus Fisher looked round with some alarm when that just flew off the edge. But thankfully for him, wide of that 3-man slip cordon. Brings Noah Crows on to strike, so his first ball from Andrew Jackson. Oh, he's nicked it. I thought he'd nicked that. Has he? Oh gosh, it was a noise or something, but just me. It was just me. I thought I'd heard something for a minute there, but thankfully for Didsbury, it was just whizzing past the edge. But a firm shake of the head there from umpire Chris Rigg. There was an appeal. I think it was just off the thigh pad. A quick shake of the head from Chris Rigg. Decisive as well. Happy there was no bat involved there, but nonetheless another good delivery. Andrew Jackson making the batsman play at everything. Jackson, one of 2 or 3 cricketers in this match. He'll have a lot of cricket over the next few days. Another huge appeal now, and again the decision not out. Again, I heard something. You can see from the players' reactions there what they thought of that. Very confident appeal, but rejected by umpire Chris Rigg. I was not convinced there was any bat involved in that. So a disappointment for Andrew Jackson and Hyde, but a very testing over this has been. There's the last one of it. And that's through to the keeper, just one off it. So a terrific over from Andrew Jackson. You can see there 1 for 8. His early contribution. Yes, Jackson is will be playing for Cheshire, who have got 2 T20s tomorrow and 2 T20s on Monday, so back-to-back T20s on consecutive days, which himself, we skipper Nick Anderson will be playing, Luke Young will be involved, Charlie Barnard will be involved, Steve Green's involved, so a number of players in this game with a lot of cricket ahead of them over this weekend. And there's Luke Young coming in, bowling to Marcus Fisher. A little bit leg side-ish that time. It's very full from Luke Young, and right on, clunked on the bottom of the bat for the Yorker. Good ball from Luke Young. Absolutely glorious afternoon. Sure, we'll get a few more people coming down as the afternoon goes on. Lovely day for being involved in a cricket match. And after the rather chilly start last week, how cold was it at Hyde, James? Was it? Very cold indeed. It's shorter ball there, another no ball. It's third one, Luke Young. I'm going to sort that out. But yes, it was a very challenging weekend for everyone. So, Saturday, players, umpires and scorers. But today, thankfully, much more pleasant. And we'll be getting increasingly warmer down here in the scorebox. It's in the shade at the moment, but as the sun comes round, and you can see the whole ground is bathed in lovely sunlight, no breeze, lovely conditions. As I was saying, both sides got away last week with a win. Didsbury a big runs margin victory at Toft, and Hyde a thumping 8-wicket home with Luke Young, the bowler here, was also opening the batting. And was he 77 not out the finish? He was, yes, him and Tom Partridge, who's at slip, put 160 on for the first wicket last week, which is a fantastic effort from them. We'll see how they get on later, of course, but yeah, both sides will be in good heart. Just looking around at the field, we've got those 2 slips you can see. There's sort of a deep, well, I'm going to call him backward point, which Jason Ebrell at cover, I can see, and Danny Cramner at mid-off. Mid-on you can just see very, very wide and quite deep in your shot. And mid-wicket, David Fitzsimmons having a chat with the umpire at square leg, just out of shot. And then young Nevin Missouri is down here at long leg, really, so he's going long leg to third man at the moment, doing a job for the team, but we'll maybe see him bowling a little later. A little left arm over bowler. Good young talent, young Nevin. Off the pad, so into the gloves of wicketkeeper Adam Worrell. Ends the over, just one off it, the no ball. So Didsbury on to 16. Jackson in again, bowling to Noah Crows. Didn't seem to get properly forward then to me. Pat was there a little bit before the pad, but defended it out well enough. Similar field for Andrew Jackson as for Luke Young. Nevin Missouri's gone down to that wide third man position, just out of your shot there. A very deep backward point. Cover and mid-off on the offside. Oh. At the moment, it's only the slips really and the wicket-keeper in business here. Nobody's needed to field anywhere. David. A good shot now across. It's first loose ball at Andrew Jackson's ball. It's going to be 4 runs. There's no chance of anybody stopping that. 4 runs. Nice way for Noah Crows to get off the mark. You can see that ball speeding away across the turf. Yes, just saying hello to David Moss as he passed by, and James has shown me, was that Danny Berry? Hello Danny. Don't know what time it is where you are, but hopefully these scenes will be bringing back some memories for you. And it's great to have you watching along with us. People all over the world watching today. It's back on the length and line he's been finding Andrew Jackson. It's coming onto the bat quickly. Hurried Noah Crows a bit there. We've got Dave Fitzsimmons' dad, I believe, watching, joining us from Spain. Possibly Steve Green's parents down in Zambia. And a bit closer to home, the chairman, if you're watching, Mr. Chairman. Hope you and your good lady are well. It's a nice shot. Much more composed defensive shot there from Noah Crows, just managing that a little better. And yes, wherever you're watching, hope you're enjoying the coverage, and if you're able to come down, if you're in the area, it really will be a super game, a lovely afternoon. Come down and make the most of the club facilities. Oh, and again that's past the edge. He's done that a few times. Andrew Jackson, another very good over. Just the one ball to hit, which thankfully for Noah Crows he was able to do. Got it away for 4. Other than that, another probing, testing over. As Luke Young starts again, his third over. See if you can avoid the overstep this time, Luke. That looks out, yes, and it is out. The umpire was looked poised to give the decision. Luke Young looked very confident, and Marcus Fisher not really getting forward, caught on the crease. And that's a second LBW. So Marcus Fisher out for 4. And Didsbury in some trouble here at 20 for 2. It's Charlie Lowen comes into bat. Number 4 keeping today, Charlie, but he's got a big job to do with the bat, that's for sure. Luke Young getting one absolutely perfect there. For that second wicket, that's a terrific start for Hyde. They'll be very pleased indeed with that. Two LBWs, the reward for bowling full, as you need to do on this Didsbury pitch. Keep the ball nicely well pitched up. And Hyde, an excellent start for them. 2 early wickets. And a lot of pressure on the hosts now, choosing to bat. 2 wickets in the within the first 6 overs. Absolutely not what they were wanting. So Luke Young into Charlie Lowen, first ball for him. A sort of a half shout there. Good take from Adam Worrell down the leg side. But nothing on that.
Good pace that, Luke. Nice action. Keep going, son. You okay? Who got the first wicket? Andrew Jackson, yeah. Yeah. Oh, was it? Oh!
That's kept out by Charlie Lowen. Punched it in between his legs in the end. A relief for him.
Nice rhythm, Youngie. Nice and smooth. Send it back now.
Another no ball.
Nice area though, Luke. Well bowled.
So I can only assume he must be pushing the line pretty much every ball here, Luke Young. It's his 4th no ball and 3rd over. Just a few alterations to the field. Danny Cramley just shouting instructions, bringing a 3rd slip in here. So attacking as they should. Oh, that's a nice shot from Charlie Lowen though. He's bounced that nicely through the leg side for 4 runs. That'll give him a lot of encouragement. That was a nice shot. Just a bit too full again, Luke Young, but not. And Charlie Lowen making the most of it, just being able to lean forward, and there's only 2 men on this leg side, just out of your shot, but you can just about see the very, very wide mid-on. Dave Fitzsimmons at square leg, and the pace of the outfield is such it will just race away. So they had no chance of stopping that. Oh, that was a painful looking blow from Charlie Lowen, but doesn't seem to be troubled by it. Shrugs it off and gets through the over. So he's away with 4 runs. It's 25 for 2 off 6. A lively start here at Didsbury. 1 wicket each for the opening bowlers. Who've both bowled very well. Again to Noah Cross, now keeping that one out nicely. Nice drive, but they're going to get a single here. There's went straight to extra cover, who threw and hit. David Fisher, the fielder, thank you, James, at cover. Fielded the ball well. If both batsmen went, I think he was always going to struggle to stop the one, but nonetheless he turned through, hit the stumps, but batsman safely home. So a single the result. Jackson will now be able to have a go at the new batsman, Charlie Lowen. We need a partnership here. And these 2 early wickets down, but this testing spot's very full. Oh gosh, beautifully clipped and straight to David Fitzsimmons at square leg, who fielded it well. It was travelling, but it was straight to him. He was able to get down and stop it. A yard either side, and it'd have been pitching that back from the boundary. It was timed beautifully, Charlie Lowen, but straight to the fielder. I can imagine him grinning all over his face. David, he's always got a smile on his face. Enjoys his cricket, which is great to see, and certainly saved his side 4 runs there. Another tidy over from Andrew Jackson, just one off it, but fairly comfortably played by Charlie Lowen. You can see the impact those 2 early wickets have had. The no real partnerships of note formed as yet, of course, but it really is the key, batting first, to get a partnership going. And the batsman well aware of that, of course. Plenty of time to put that right. See Luke Young again from the far end, the Fletcher Moss end. Bowling to Noah Crows. He's come over from Australia this season, Noah, and very welcome here. He's got a job to do at the top of the order for the side this year. He's very much looking forward to the challenge. It's be a bit more like the conditions he's used to back home. That's a very full ball again, but mistimed drive. Ball just trickles out onto the offside. So just back to the two slips at the moment. Tom Partridge and Andrew Jackson. It's the mid-off and mid-on, very wide mid-on. It's just out of shot for you now. David Fisher in at mid-wicket. Square, or backward square leg actually. David Fitzsimmons, the three on the offside too. Good appeal, but Luke Young's right down with the batsman. He's come so far down the pitch. Confident appeal, but umpire Simon Smith at the far end saying no. Good testing length again. And that's driven nicely by Noah Cross. That's through the gap, through extra cover, being chased back by the captain, Danny Cramner. He's fielded it in front of the boundary, and that's a couple of runs for Noah Cross. Nicely driven. Timed it, placed it. And the captain with the work to do in the field. Apparently he's just become a father for the second time, Danny, on Thursday, but told his wife is a very keen cricket fan as well, so more than happy for him to play today, doing the captaincy duties this year for Hyde. He's been there a long time now, Danny. Very reliable performer. We'll see him in action with the ball a bit later. Yeah, and flicked again. That's gone through the leg side, but only a single, not timed properly, but between mid-wicket and square legs, so the batsman pincher on. Batted. Score on to 29 for 2. So there is one ball to go in this over. Let's see if Luke Young can manage a legitimate delivery. He's bowled at least one no ball in every of his overs so far. Charlie Lowe into face. And he has managed it, well done him. So that'll be encouraging for Luke Young, but he'll be disappointed he didn't get the LBW decision earlier in the over. See the first 8 overs, and Didsbury being made to work very hard for every one of those runs. One of the boundaries off the edge of the bat. Batsmen have been ask questions regularly. That'll be Andrew Jackson again. Imagine he'll have a fair bit of work to do today. Certainly if he keeps bowling like this, he will. Well, that's off the edge, and that's gone down. It looked, Adam Warner was just diving to his right, and it looked to have just died in front of him. First slip just a little bit too deep, so he couldn't grab on Tom Partridge, so just falling short on. Bit of a life there for Noah Cross. Oh, it's a beauty. Jackson, you can see, throws his head back. Can't believe it. But if he keeps bowling there, he's going to find the edge again sooner or later. So Noah Cross was out last week at at Toft, edged and was caught at slip. And with that new ball, a little bit of extra bounce, hardness of it of course, and that's the perfect length to be bowling here. That's a nice shot. No Crows, that's just too much on the leg side, and I think that's going to be going away right away for 4 runs. It has. It's sped across the outfield. 2 fielders in pursuit but couldn't get anywhere near it. Second boundary for Noah Crows, and he'll be pleased with that one. So he gets into double figures. Didsbury on to 33 for 2. Nicely forward there. Well bowled, well batted. That's down the leg side, and Jackson disappointed. There's nobody down there, so that's going to be 4 more. He's got his man across at third man. You might have heard this shout of anguish from Andrew Jackson as he just got his line wrong there. 4 runs to end the over. Oh, beg your pardon. No, there's 1 ball to come, isn't that? That's right. That's me. Yeah. Oh no, that's me not getting it right on here. Excuse me. So yeah, thank you. James Howe putting me right again, not for the first time. We'll need a few of those today. There we go. Thank you, James. And 37 for 2, the Didsbury score. So Luke Young again. Ball to Charlie Lowen. That's clipped smartly away off his legs, but straight to David Fitzsimmons, who's very much backward square leg now. There. Big shout for LBW, or was going to be, but an even bigger shout of no ball from the umpire. So Luke Young again overstepping. It's 5 no balls for him now, and looked a good length, and the batsman in some trouble, but a no ball. So Didsbury will take that very gratefully. Luke Young's got to sort these feet out. disappointed with this. Dragging that one back, but Charlie Lowen firmly in behind it. Fielders all chatting with each other and keeping each other encouraged. They need to G themselves up. It's a long time in the field first up. But a nice placing shot. You see the fielder coming in. Who's that? That was Charlie, wasn't it? Yeah. Coming round smartly at mid onto field. Charlie. So he'll be playing for Cheshire on Monday, I think it is. He's in one of the squads, so it'll be a big thrill for him, and well deserved as well. He's come on in leaps and bounds over these last couple of years at Hyde. Key part of this first 11 side. We'll probably see him with ball in hand at some point. Nicely flicked by Charlie Lowen. Again, that's a similar shot to the one he played an over or so back, and the same result. 4 runs through the leg side. Luke Young just drifted onto the pads, and you quite possibly heard the applause from the watching Didsbury players. So 2 4s in that area for Charlie Lowen. He'll be pleased with that, and Dave Fitzsimmons' result is dropping right back onto the deep square leg boundary now. So just 2 in close on the leg side, so if you can just drop it and run, there's an easy single there if he's able to do that. Oh, but instead he's gone through the offside. That's a bit too wide, and it's gone through the gap. Might be cut off. No, it's gone too quickly away, and the fielders, despite going absolutely helter-skelter after it, couldn't stop it. So a good over, the most profitable over for Didsbury of the innings so far, with 9 runs in total coming from it, and the score up to 46. 4-2 of the first 10 overs. Both batsmen into double figures, as are the extras now as well. Already 5 no balls and 5 leg byes we've had. As Jackson starts his 6th over. Oh, and he's past the edge again. Again, looks skywards. And you might be able to hear the encouragement from the slip cord, and just to keep bowling it in that exact same place. Nicely driven, no crows. It's going to be work for Danny Cramner. Just out a shot, gone just for the single. Well, pursued by the captain. Keeps it down to just 1. Nicely driven, not perfectly timed by Noah Crows, but good enough for a single. Charlie Lowen just checking his guard. He didn't face anything in the last over from Andrew Jackson, so just checking where he is. 3 slips there for him. He's driving nicely down the ground as well. That's a bit too full. And again, good applause from Didsbury as Charlie Lowen makes it 3 4s in 3 balls for him, and the Didsbury 50 brought up with that. So nice little landmarks, coming good time as well. Run rate's almost a runner ball, well, not quite a runner ball, but 4.9 is very healthy, but the 2 wickets still a concern for them. But Charlie Lowen is 4th 4 now. All his runs have come in boundaries. And looked a little bit more in hope than expectation, that one. Drifting a little bit down the leg side, umpire Chris Rigg. A decisive shake of the head. I'm just checking on my notes. I think that's the the fourth one of those, fourth big appeal Andrew Jackson's had, and he's been past the edge a number of times, found the edge on a few occasions. And still asking questions. Last ball of the over, and Charlie Lowen lets that one go. So 5 off the over, and 51 for 2 after 11. Andrew Jackson 1 for 26 off 6. But it's been a very testing spell indeed from him. So Luke Young to start his 6th over, coming in from the far end, the Fletcher Moss end. And bowling to Noah Crows, who's in nicely behind that first delivery. All the players enjoying the additional warmth, the sunshine, the still conditions here. Really does look lovely at the ground today, as it does every day. Batsman, well, Charlie Lowen interested possibly in a single, but Noah Crow sent him straight back. That's Jason Ebrel coming in from cover. Never a single there, so right call from Noah. I'm going to get that short and hit, hammered by Noah Crows. Really impressive shot through deep mid wicket for 4, and that's the first short one I think we've seen. What do you think, James, in the innings? Yeah. And as we did see last week at Toft, Noah Crows is very quick. He likes it there. He's very quick to pull and hook and crack that one away. Saw it very early, hit it beautifully. 4 runs the result, takes him to 21. So Luke will be looking to, that's it, that's the length. Let's get it a little fuller. Asking the questions. Hello. In theory, we never quite know, but we keep going week on week. Sorry, we do get people coming past the box and having a chat, so we wanted to say hello. And again, they're getting ready to go into a full throttled appeal there, but an early shake of the head from umpire Simon Smith. He can save his energy on that one. So the end of the over. 55 off 12, and I'm just having a check through here. 18 runs have come off the last 3 overs, which is more encouraging for the Didsbury players and team. Starting to find their range a little bit. Partnership up to 35 now between these two after the shock of the 2 early wickets. Andrew Jackson for his 7th over. Charlie Lowen is in behind it nicely. The weather's looking set fair for a few days, which is good because plenty of cricket to be played. As we were saying a little earlier, Cheshire have got a lot of cricket the next 2 days, but so have our third 11s. James, the Hyde scorer, captains the third 11 at Hyde. Where are you tomorrow, James? Oh yes, home to Lindo tomorrow, Hyde 3s. And then where are you Monday? Oh gosh, yeah, so travelling to up to Poynton to play their group games, the final group game on the Monday. Club Didsbury are away at Stockport tomorrow, and then here against Heat and Mersey on the Monday. And lots of cricket being played all over this bank holiday weekend. That's a lovely firm defensive shot. Charlie Lowen timed it nicely, but straight to Captain Danny Cranmer at mid-off. Still keeping the 3 slips in there, Hyde. Good attacking field. Nevin Mazuri is out of shot, but very wide third man for that edge. Oh, and that's a beauty. And again, you see Andrew Jackson, head thrown back, arms aloft. Can't believe how that's not found the edge. Can't have been far away at all. Goodness. But no, I like this. I've always been in favour of having a third man. If you have a fine leg, I always think that's a feel for a bad ball. And he's only bowled one that's drifted down there, Andrew Jackson. And probably deserved to go for 4, but the edges that fly through the slips often are good balls and don't deserve to go for 4, so the third man can stop them. Oh, that's a bit of a swing and a miss there from Charlie Lowen. Couldn't resist the drive and only just missed the edge again, and had that found the edge, might have gone into the slips or been cut off had it gone further. So good field, good attacking field set here by Hyde. It's the 2 men on the leg side, but there's been so little on the legs that he's bowled Andrew Jackson. Not been necessary to have any more there. And again, that's better all round, and the first maiden over of the innings bowled there. So that burst of 18 in 3 overs comes to an end for Didsbury as Hyde claw it back with a maiden. See that partnership, just 35 now off 49 balls on this third wicket. And we're going to have a change, and it is going to be Nevin Mazuri. Thank you, James. Luke Young, 6 overs, 1 for 24, but those 5 no balls particularly not helping him. And so we will see young Nevin Mazuri. One of these cricketers, young Nevin, he seems to be playing almost all the time. I would amazing how many matches he probably played last year for, certainly for Hyde 2s and 3s. Did he play any 1s last year? He didn't. So it's his first game for his, okay, so thank you to James for that. So he was in the first 11 last week. Did he bowl last week? Didn't get a ball last week, but being given the opportunity here today at Didsbury. See the keeper Adam Worrell coming right up to the stumps, so that will be an additional test for the batsman. Fine wicket keeper Adam Worrell, very experienced, just getting them in. Jason Ebrel down here at fine leg, really. 3 men on, and that is down the leg side. That's going to be a leg by, I think. Let's see. No, it was a bye. No, James was right. Nothing on it at all. So the first bye of the match. Yeah, so he's got the 3 on the offside. Mid on cover and point. You got Andrew Jackson, you can see in there at slip. There's a fine leg. A man right back. David Fitzsimmons right back at deep square leg, mid wicket and mid on. This comes in again. He's kicking those legs up nice and high, full length, and that's poked round the corner. Should just be a single again. Yeah. Nicely flicked around by Charlie Lowen. And Jason Ebrel had to get round there because we didn't have much ground to cover. It really does travel here. So kept it to the single. But he'll want to pitch it in that sort of area. Nevin, keep the ball pitched up, as he tends to do. Keeper going up, but only the keeper going up, no interest from anybody else. Swings the ball, Nevin. I don't know how much swing there'll be on it at this stage, but he'll be trying to do that. Must be a bit nervous here, but settling into a nice little rhythm already. Driven confidently out by Noah Crows to mid-off. But that's definitely the length of the ball. If he's going to drive, well, fair enough. But they won't want him pitching it short here, as we saw in the last over. It will just be an invitation to be hit. So that is very much the area. But having said that, he's bowled it short, and that's gone right over the clubhouse. 6. I do sometimes wonder about this commentary thing, because saying he was pitching it up, and then that's just a fraction short, but Noah Crows, who loves it short, has got hold of it. There's going to be a delay here while we find where the ball's gone. It's still fairly new, so Hyde will want it back. Danny Cramner's gone off to the changing room to find a replacement, I think, as I'm not sure we're going to find that one again. Back with you in one moment while we just have a delay finding the ball. So just confirmation that the ball has gone many a mile and will not be seen again, certainly not today. So we've got a replacement ball, last ball of the over, and that's a much fuller length. That's gone right through, and that will be another bye, I think. Well and truly compensating for that short one. So a bye to finish the over, and only one for Didsbury. 8 runs from it. Correction, 9 runs from it. 7 off the bat and 2 extras. So you can see the scorecard. 64 for 2 off the 14 overs. This partnership now with 44. And just steadying things down for Didsbury now after the 2 wickets in there within the first 6 overs. It's going to be Andrew Jackson to continue his 8th over. He's had a little bit of a breather there while he tried to find where the ball had gone, but it's gone into some dense undergrowth somewhere. Jackson is into Crows. That's down the leg side, and I think he's got something on that, so that's going to be 4. Yes, he has 4 runs. Noah Crows, and it's the second time he's done that, Andrew Jackson, but just strayed a little too far down the leg side, and a nice flick round the corner brings Noah Crows his 5th boundary, boundary 4, to go with that 6 in the last over, and he's now into the 30s. This partnership up to 48. Let's keep an eye on that. It's Jackson back right on the money there. Bringing the batsman forward, but Noah Crows right in behind it. Go, but the keeper and the 2 slips are very interested in that. He's got a fine leg in now, Andrew Jackson. So the 3 men on the leg side. Very short mid-on. They'll be down there fielding that. That's Charlie Barnard, well down. Wide, but in quite close for a mid-on. Almost on the square itself when the ball was bowled. Dave Fitzsimmons at backward square leg, and I presume that's Jason Embroll's gone down to, well, sort of long leg really. So the 3rd man in, but that's a nice looking drive, but didn't time it at all. Just rolled out to mid-off where it was fielded by the captain Dan Cramner, no run. So 15 overs bowled, 68 for 2. There you can see the Hyde bowling figures. Andrew Jackson threw 8 overs, 1 for 30, and I'm going to see Nevin Mazuria have a 2nd over. Wasn't a bad first over. There's just the one real hit me ball, but for a young man bowling for his first time for the first team, he held his nerve pretty well there. Certainly getting plenty of encouragement from the fielders. He's going to be bowling to Charlie Lowen. good start for him. So yeah, the field as before with Andrew Jackson in at slip, and then point cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep backward square leg, and fine leg. Yes, nice start to his over for young Nevin. Just on the legs there, that's only going to be a single. Tom Partridge coming around in front of us, and just a single for Charlie Lowen. So partnership 49 now, as Noah Crowe's on strike. Well, that should be a. That should be a. Well, it looked like a free hit. It was a full toss. Sensibly didn't try and do it too hard. That's Charlie Barnard at extra cover, got a hand on it, and it spun away to mid off. Batsman thought about a run, but decided against, and it's away with one really there. But fair enough. That's another full toss. Again, it's caught the batsman a little by surprise. Doesn't time it. But you can see these full tosses. He's trying to keep the ball pitched right up as he should. Wanting to bowl full tosses like that, but he's no damage off the last two. And it shows he's trying very hard. That's another one though. He's not going to get away with that one. It's 4 runs for Noah Crowe's, and that is the 50 partnership for Didsbury.
Keep going, Nevin. Come on, boys, let's get one. Go on, Jacko.
50 partnership coming off 67 balls, so in good time between these two, and it's certainly what was needed after the 2 early wickets. On to 73 Didsbury after 16 overs. Scoring rate still healthy at 4.5. They'll be a little happier with life now, but still a long way to go in this game. Andrew Jackson, 9th over for him. Nice shot from Charlie Lowen there, just dabbing it down for a single. Not trying to hit it too hard, but just poking it into a gap, taking a run. Sort of thing that infuriates bowlers. Well, it actually pleases me whenever I'm bowling, because it means it hasn't gone for 4. So that's a result for me, but nicking singles like that, something that proper bowlers really don't like. Thought about another one there, but Charlie Barnard in quickly. As I say, he's quite wide at mid-on, but he's actually on the square, so he's very close in for a mid-on. go, and he's given him LBW. Played no shot, and that is a real bonus wicket for Hyde. Third LBW of the innings, and Noah Crows, who was looking well set. 35 or 50 balls he made, with 6 and 6 fours. Played no shot, and umpire Chris Rigg, no hesitation in raising the finger, and that's got Hyde right back into the game. And just as Didsbury was starting to get some real momentum going, Hyde strike back with a wicket. A partnership of 53 of 70 balls, sorry, correction, 72 balls off that for that third wicket comes to an end. And that brings Steve Green to the crease. Left-handed batsman, fine player, another one on Cheshire duty over this bank holiday weekend. And he's going to be coming round the wicket, Andrew Jackson, to the left-hander. There's just one ball left in this over. Just trying to get the sight screen sorted out so that all is in place, and the Hyde looking to attack again, bringing a third slip in. Just see them there in the top of your picture. Steve Green just taking his time, having a little look round. See those 3 slips, and then that ring of 3 on the offside, and 2 closer in on the leg side. That's very full, but is away immediately, taking a single to the left hand of point. So Steve Green away straight away, pinches the strike, and we're through 17 overs, just over an hour's play now, isn't it? Yeah, but with that lost ball, holding things up for a short while, will be factored in. Jackson 2 for 32 from his 9 overs. That's bowled very well, 9 overs off the reel. The experiment with Nevin Mazuria is over after a couple of overs, and this is the captain himself by the looks of things, James. Yeah. Danny Cramner going to come on to our first look at spin today. Well, I say spin, but I've umpired games in which Danny's played, and he really does fizz it in. Very tall, well-built player, and a good strong action. And whizzes through his overs. Not easy to umpire too, because he does tend to get a bit in front of you, as I recall, but you'll see him coming in here. 1, 2, 3 paces, and that nice strong action, and that looks out. Goodness me, straight away, yeah. And Steve Green has gone. Just 2 balls for him, and the 4th LBW of the innings. All 4 wickets LBW. It did seem to stay low. James just commenting to me about that. So a wicket for Danny Cranmer with his first ball of the match. Steve Green playing back, but the ball seemed to misbehave in some ways, and he departs for 1. There's 2 balls for him. Disappointing start to the season with the bat for Steve Green. We'll see him with the ball a little later as Didsbury captain Nick Anderson strides to the crease, and as last week when he came to the crease, Didsbury were in a spot of bother without a whole lot of quick wickets falling, and again it's 2 in 3 balls now have fallen after a good partnership. So another test for the Didsbury captain, facing his opposite number straight away. What a start for Danny Cramner. Drifted it up, and the batsman played back. Ball seemed to keep a little low from our angle, and everyone absolutely confident, and the umpire not long in agreeing with the appeal. Just you can just see the sight screens being pulled together, because he'll be coming round the wicket now, left arm round the wicket, Danny. This is when he tends to get in front of the umpire a little more, but whizzes it through. It's, as I say, he's classed as a spin bowler, but it tends to come down at a bit of a pace. It's certainly a very handy asset in the Hyde attack. Danny varies his pace nicely. Doesn't give you much to hit. That's too full. Flick right through. Can't stop that. It's gone through the legs of Charlie Barnard there. There was 2 there, but Charlie Lowen had overrun the crease at this end, or possibly 2. Having said that, definitely the 1. The misfield not counting for much in the end, I think, to be fair. They might have been pushing for 2 if it had been towards the end of the innings, say, but no, just the 1 is fine. So Charlie Lowen to have his first look now. To the Hyde captain. He's been batting almost an hour now, Charlie Lowen, so he'll be feeling a little more comfortable, but the challenge of a new bowler, different type of bowling. Nicely defended, so a good tidy over from Danny Cramner. Through 18 overs now. You see that Didsbury run rate with those 2 circles of 2 wickets very close together. Pegged them right back and swung the game well back into Hyde's favour. Those 4 wickets down. Andrew Jackson going to continue, getting through a lot of work. His 10th over. There's plenty of chat amongst the Hyde fielders, and they will be indeed buoyed by those 2 quick wickets. Brought them back into the game after partnership building. Anyway, it's bowling to Nick Anderson, who's flicked that away fairly easily, and I think he's going to get full value for it. 4 runs again. It's just so quick on that leg side, even though it's a bit of a hit. Nick Anderson timed it pretty well, and despite the efforts of Fitzsimmons and Jason Eberle, who charge around from long leg, couldn't get near it. So a good start for Nick Anderson, away with the boundary. And both Nick Anderson and Andrew Jackson will be teammates in the next couple of days for Cheshire. Nick, the T20 Cheshire captain, and Andrew Jackson, the absolutely integral part of that T20 side as well. a fascinating little battle. Very full there. Oh, that's, oh gosh, well fielded, Charlie Barnard. You couldn't quite see that in your picture, but as I say, he's in very close at mid-on, and that, the way the ball was hit, straight into the ground at pace, and then it reared up just in front of Charlie Barnard and almost whacked him in the face. Just turned on it. I think it got him somewhere on the shoulder, something like that. Gosh, that could have been nasty, but he got right behind it, stopped to run. Excellent fielding. Oh, and that's a beauty again. Past the edge, and Nick Anderson just poking at thin air there. And a big shout there. He looked a long way forward, Nick Anderson, but it was a confident appeal. But umpire Chris Rugg said no, and brings to an end the 19th over. See the Didsbury with that handy little partnership in the middle at 53, just as it was going. Noah Crowe, maybe a lapse of concentration. Just played no shot. It was LBW, and then Steve Green quickly followed, so Didsbury more rebuilding to do. As Danny Cramner comes in. Ball into Charlie Lowen. It's much tighter offside ring of fielders now, 4 of them on the offside. And tried to find the gap there, Charlie Lowen, but fielder smartly across. That's Tom Partridge, isn't it, there? Tom. Oh, that was the quicker, fuller one there. There's no discernible change of action from Danny Cranmer at all in it. The variation of pace is very skillful. Somebody moving behind the arm, I'm afraid. You might, in fact, you might be able to see them on your picture. We had all manner of interruptions at Toff last week. They had an open day on, and hundreds of people on the ground at one point, and regularly in front of the sight screens. There's a young child just come out there with a football, so hopefully they'll keep out of the way. Oh, a reverse sweep! Goodness. That's a confident shot from Charlie Lowen. He's reverse swept there very well indeed, out the middle of the bat, 4 runs. Wow. Clearly picked that on the judge where the line of the ball was very quickly. Charlie Lowen, a great shot from him. Takes him into the 20s with his 5th 4. 23 he is. Ball just trickling out to one of 4 men on the leg side. There's 3 sort of close-ish in. Nevin Mazuri's short, fine leg. David Fitzsimmons at wicket. Charlie Barnard doing the mid-on duties again, and there's a deep backward square leg. Jason Ebrel. That's gone out on the offside anyway, no run. To complete the 20th over. 84 for 4. So a healthy enough run rate for Didsbury, but those 4 wickets obviously pegging them back. And Hyde will want to capitalise on that little flurry of wickets. Andrew Jackson's going to have an 11th over, goodness. It's no mean feat bowling these off the reel, I can tell you. And bowling as well as he's doing. 2 for 36 at the moment as he bowls to Nick Anderson. It's gone on the legs. Nick Anderson will not miss out on that. Fine batsman, Nick, of course. Well known around the league. And that's 4 runs. It's inevitable, I think, that Jackson is going to be tiring a little. So 11 consecutive overs. So 7th 4 off him. The first one of which I think Tim Hughes didn't know too much about, flew down to 3rd man. He's strayed a couple of times onto the legs. That's lovely shots, 2 full. And beautifully cover driven there. An absolute textbook example of how to play that shot from the Didsbury skipper. So consecutive 4s for him. That's 2 full that time, Andrew Jackson, 1 on the legs and then just trying to get the line back. He's just got the 1 slip in now, as you'll see. Just drags that one back nicely, Eddie. Just the 1 slip, 3 on the off, and 3 on the leg side, all saving 1. Long leg and wide, a very wide 3rd man in as Adam Worrell is coming up to the stumps, the keeper. So just something more for Nick Anderson to think about. He's driven again, but off the bottom of the bat this time, and Danny Cranmer able to get round to prevent a run. Gloves of the keeper, but no run. So just 1 ball left in this 21st over. So we're getting near to 3 figures. I certainly want to get there without any further loss. As Anderson defends to bring that over to a close. You can see Andrew Jackson's work, 11 overs, 2 for 44. But a real wholehearted effort from him, and he's bowled very well indeed, tested the batsman. Certainly getting tired, I would imagine, but it's been an excellent spell from him. We'll see if it continues or not after this over from Danny Cranmer. Captain, let's be thinking of what he's doing. It's Charlie Lowen down the pitch there, but just smothering the ball. Oh, and that's and now that's one of my shots. The inside edge through the legs. Evan Mazira, short fine leg. And anguish for the Hyde captain there. But well bowled. That's gone a bit shorter, yeah. And just away for a single. Slight fumble at deep backward point. Who's that down there? James. Ah, yeah. hit. I think there might have been a single error anyway, but the fumble made it certain. So one for Charlie Lowen. He's on to 24, and Nick Anderson on strike now. Oh, that's beating him. That's a beauty. That was past the outside edge, and Nick Anderson glad to survive. And the ball to end, a good over from Danny Cramley, just one run from it. And keep it nice and tight. Okay, thank you. So, as we suspected, after those 11 really good overs from Andrew Jackson, we're going to see Charlie Barnard. Scratching out his run. So he's really come on in these last couple of seasons, Charlie Barnard. Good all-round cricketer, and a big part of this Hyde first 11, and will be making his Cheshire debut hopefully for him over the bank holiday. So the T20 side, I think, for Monday. Apologies if that's wrong. But anyway, his concerns will be on the more immediate matters now of this game here. His first ball knocked away by Charlie Lowen for a single. Another left arm round. Bowler for Didsbury to face. That's a bit too short of a length. That's going to be 4. He's pierced it through the gap. It's Nick Anderson just leaning back. Charlie Barnard immediately asking for a man to be out there. It is a shorter boundary, admittedly, and he will just be worried about the short pitch one. Jason Eberl staying right out now on that sweeper position. 4 for Nick Anderson. It's Didsbury on to 98. He's got a fairly orthodox field, similar to Danny Cramner. A slip, 3 saving 1 on either side of the wicket, and a man back at deep square leg, and then at sweeper as well. A long way back at deep square leg. We're a few pitches away from the centre of the ground today, so that will be something. I think that's young Rowett out there at deep backward square. But that's straight down the ground. And David Fisher at long on, just out of my view there, fields the ball for a single off the last ball of the over. 23 gone, 99 for 4. Cramner again to Nick Anderson. He'll knock that away for a single, and the Didsbury 100 is on the board. More of a psychological landmark than anything else. It's not worth anything in terms of batting points. 130, the first batting point in the Premier League. So, nonetheless, 3 figures, always a welcome sight. Possibly. Well, you got that reverse sweep out, didn't you, the last over? So when it comes off once, I think you always tend to try and find it again, don't you? At some point, you're looking for it. But let's just he's down the pitch this time. Firmly. Sorry, just sorting some messages out on my phone while the over's going on, and dealing with those, and keeping an eye on a nice easy run for Charlie Lowen. So 101.44, the Didsbury score. Still going at about 4 runs and over. You can see the worm there continuing its fairly similar looking climb upwards. Didsbury wanted to go much higher at that kind of rate, possibly even steeper. The captain, Nick Anderson, just shouting his players to make sure the drinks are ready. I don't know if we're going to take them a little earlier today than the 27th, but we'll see. Certainly with the spinners on, we're obviously going to get through the overs a little quicker, which is always good news as well. It certainly does the fielding side a favour if they can get the overs bowled at a good rate. Down, but he's going to get a single yet past Dave Fitzsimmons at mid-wicket. And Rowett comes in off the deep square leg boundary, a single. Charlie be very keen to get his Cheshire T20 captain out, I can assure you. Oops, and he nearly did there. That was a bit of a waft from Nick Anderson. I think he was trying to stroke that on the offside, but it came off the inside edge. Maziria came round from short fine leg to pick it up. Batsman through for a single. Simmons unable to prevent the single there. Smart running from the Didsbury pair. Both went straight away, and there's nothing he could do to stop the run there. So 3 off that over. Didsbury onto 104. You can see this partnership now just at the bottom of the screen there, 29 off 47 deliveries, just much needed for the home side after those 2 wickets in 3 balls, which really sent them into a bit of a tailspin again after, as happens when wickets fall quickly. Anyway, Danny Cranmer, I think we're going to have drinks after this one, so one to drinks. Hey. That's Fuller, and seen early by Charlie Lowen, who drove it beautifully down the ground for 4 runs. Just timed it perfectly, didn't try and hit it too hard. Seen Ben Balderson with his dad walking past the box. Not playing today, is he not? Oh, there's shin splints. James tells me that's a big blow. It'll be very painful, and he'll be a big miss for Hyde, young Ben. Oh, he's got that away, Charlie Lowen. I think that's going to be 4 balls. Rocketed past the backward point. More or less, I think, where he intended it. I think he possibly meant it to go a little squarer than that, but nonetheless, 4 runs the result. He won't be complaining. And he's now on to 36. Nice innings from him. Innings top scorer now. And he'll be looking to go on a long way further than this. Batting nicely. Last ball of the over. Oh, and he's gone big. And that's very safe. There's nobody back there. It might just plug. Or is it gone for 4? Or it's gone 4. It's bounced in front. See the fielder chasing back to get it. But 3 consecutive 4s for Charlie Lowen. We're not going to have drinks. They're not quite ready yet for some reason. So we will go on for 1 more over. So yeah, that's a very heartening finish to that over for Charlie Lowen and for Didsbury. 8 4s for Charlie Lowen now. Those 3 consecutive ones. 2 excellent shots amongst them. Didsbury on to 116. Charlie Lowen on to 40. That's Charlie Barnard into the captain, Nick Anderson. Oh, and again he's seemed to keep a little low. He was going to look to drive that on the offside, I think. But in the end, he's skewed it out to long on for a single. It's gone a little cloudier, but still very bright. Still a very pleasant afternoon. Charlie Lowen down the wicket there, but straight to Fitzsimmons in at mid-wicket. No run, no chance of a run there. That's a good length. He's hit that found the gap very, very well indeed. This is really impressive batting from Charlie Lowen. He's finding the boundary now regularly. 4th boundary in 8 balls takes him to 44 and the score in to 121. And he defends very solidly that last ball of the over. And I think now we are going to pause for our drinks break. So we will do that. Didsbury 121 for 4. With you can see the Hyde bowling figures there. Barnard and fan of the attack at the moment. Charlie Lowen 44 not out, and Nick Anderson 21. This pair put on 46 now, so just starting to get something going. We'll see how they get on after the drinks interval, and I hope you can rejoin us. So we're back in play. I was just sorting out some coffee, which I've splendidly been able to do. And we're away with an appeal, an LBW appeal, but rejected by umpire Simon Smith at the far end. Nick Anderson on strike. It's his opposite number today, Danny Cramner. As the action resumes here, Didsbury 121 for 4. 27.5 overs remaining of this innings, and intriguingly poised now. Two early wickets and a good partnership, and then 2 more quick wickets and another good partnership. So, he's fired that one in. Gosh, that was as quick as just about anything we've seen today, I think. Oh, just about. Really fizzed in by the Hyde captain, sending the man right back now to sort of a very wideish long one. You can see him retreating in the top of your picture. Again. Whether that man going back is a bit of bait for Nick Anderson or not, I don't know. It certainly is a short hit on this leg side to the boundary fence. We're over that way. But really watchful at the moment. Just want to get started again after the little break. Spot of coffee there, lovely. As Anderson is beaten by that one, sits him on the thigh pad. A maiden, just the second one of the innings, but nonetheless, tidy start after the drinks interval for Hyde and the captain particularly. You see that run rate's remained fairly constant, still 4 and a bit, 4.3 at the moment to be precise. And if Didsbury can maintain that and bat for the remaining overs, they'll be in a very healthy position. But that, of course, is the challenge. A long way to go. And now Charlie Barnard doing his best to break this partnership with 46 and to dismiss Charlie Lowen, who's been in increasingly assured touch. All 4s from his last 8 balls, and just a single off that one though, as he pushes it down to long on for a single. Oh, and that's a very tempting length, but Nick Anderson hits it beautifully. And that 4 brings up a 50 partnership here. That's a very welcome boundary. I'll just put it on the scorecard there. Oh, slight hesitation in the system, but there we are. Yeah, 50 partnership. 68 balls, and Didsbury needed that. And these two now will be looking to go a lot further. Good rebuilding job done by this pair. Did those runs in good time as well, but must keep going in. Oh gosh, that looked like he was almost trapped on the back foot there, the Didsbury captain, but got bat on it. Played away, so Charlie Barnard threw another over. They're getting through them quite quickly now, Hyde. Good for them. 126 for 4 off 29. See the run rate there, and particularly the cluster of wickets 2 lots of 2 effectively. Danny Cramron again, Charlie Lowen, the batsman. Big firm blow, but straight to that's David Fisher, isn't it, at mid-off. Run. He sounded like he got plenty on that, Charlie Lowen, but no run for it. Pushed away nicely, certainly a single. He was down with one hand, young Rowett, but picks it up nicely. Going to try and have a fig roll, if you don't mind, so we'll go a bit quiet for a short while, but a fig roll at this time of the day with a coffee, watching some very interesting cricket. Just the ticket for me. Maybe get to the end of the over and then tuck in. Man going back again, as you can see in your picture, to that very wide long on. And that's fired in. Again, another really much quicker delivery from Danny Cranmer. So 3 men right back on the boundary now for Hyde, and a 4th going back. David Fisher while trooping back a little further. Yeah, so just about 4 on the boundary now. Nick Anderson's found the gap beautifully again, and that's going to be 4 more. He's powered it past the man at short extra cover, and the 2 boundary fielders, the sweeper and David Fisher, just gone back, couldn't get anywhere near it. Nice shot from Nick Anderson, very well placed, well played. He's on to 29, and the score of 131 for 4. So that's first batting point for Didsbury, first real significant landmark for them today. And that's a 6th 4 for Nick Anderson in his 29 as well, so made in good time. He should be pleased with his efforts so far. And that's Charlie Lowen. Charlie to Charlie. On strike, just 4 away from a half century. And there'll be whether he gets there or not, he's played a terrific innings, and I'll get Didsbury out of a bit of a hole. Although they've that's almost rolled onto his stumps as well. He's taken a bit of a blow there, and he'll need a minute. And as you can see, yes, you can all imagine, I am sure, the pain. Certainly the any males watching. Tim Hughes coming out. But Charlie Lowen took one square in the gunnels there, I'm afraid, and he's going to be a little while just recovering from that. without wishing to distract from clearly the discomfort that Charlie Lowen was in, I've taken the opportunity to have my fig rolls, which are very nice. Says that Didsbury scorecard, well, looking a little healthier, certainly 131 for 4, and Charlie Lowen clearly in considerable discomfort. It's taken him a bit of time just to get himself together, but rightly taking that time. Is extremely uncomfortable place to be hit, but we'll see now if he just wants to get himself back together, compose himself, and feel bat on ball there as he did. I was just looking in my notes at oh gosh, it's come. He said it down the wicket. Oh no, gosh, mind my notes. Charlie Lowen's out. Caught Fisher, yes, caught by David Fisher at mid-on. Survived the one ball after that blow, but tried to hit over the top and has perished. And that is a big shame for Charlie Lowen. Clearly discomforted by that nasty blow, and clearly composure went slightly. Well, he hit it sweetly enough. The man's quite deep there at mid-on. Took quite a comfortable catch in the end, and fifth Didsbury wicket at 131. Charlie Lowen out for 46 with 9 fours of 74 balls. As Sam Leach comes into bat. Leach keeps that first one out, and that's a wicket maiden for Charlie Barnard. So well bowled him, reward for him. And the game takes another twist, 131 for 5. Didsbury, that fine partnership of 56, you can see there on your screen for that fifth wicket brought to an end. Good catch at mid-on. So Nick Anderson, now the Didsbury captain, a lot resting on his shoulders, which he will be well aware of. Post a competitive score, of course, and that will be largely down to him now. He's got some capable batsmen: Sam Leach, James Green, Max Backhouse. All know what they're doing, and Liam Booth at 10 and debutant Elliot Horton coming in at 11. There is still batting to come for Didsbury, but Anderson's going to be the main man. A long time still left to go, some 24 overs still to be bowled. Just under, so plenty of time for Didsbury to bat, and he's away with or off the strike with a single there, an easy single. Right, coming round from backward point to bring Sam Leach onto strike at this end. Fine batsman, Sam, good cricketer. Keeping wicket today, but very handy player to have in the team, and certainly coming in this low down as a definite asset for Didsbury. And just pausing, and they're just bringing their sweeper up as the new man's in. Quite right too, don't give him an easy run out there, bring him up. So that's 3 in that, sorry 4 now on that cover on the offside. Serving 1, the 3 on the leg side, serving 1, and still a deep, very deep backward square leg on the boundary, Jason Ebrel. Leach just plays that out, so no, we're just a single from it, and Hyde will be pleased with those last couple of overs. You can see there the Didsbury card. Good innings from Noah Cross and from Charlie Lowe, and they'll both feel they gave it away somewhat, having got in. And that's the result, 132 for 5, 32 overs bowled. That's well fielded. Dave Fitzsimmons scrambling around at mid-wicket. Always seems to have a smile on his face, David. Enjoys his cricket, and has been a terrific servant for Hyde for many years now. Still hasn't lost the nut with the bat either. Charlie Barnard settling into a nice little rhythm now. His 6th over, 1 for 19 so far. Put it out for a single. And after that flurry of boundaries in the 26th and 27th, Hyde are dragging it back nicely. Oh, goodness me. Has that gone? Has he caught it slip? And the umpire has called dead ball. It was a confident appeal. It was a bottom edge sweep. It was caught, and he's been given out. He has been given out, yes. You wouldn't have seen that. The batsman protesting just raised his arms in disbelief. But it's caught by Andrew Jackson, who snapped it up, and the umpires agreed that, in their opinion, the ball had not hit the ground. So Sam Leach has to go. He's clearly not happy with the decision. But, the decision is given, and Sam has to go, which brings James Green to the crease, and Didsbury now in some trouble. Second wicket for Charlie Barnard, 2 for 20 for him now, and he'll be delighted with that. At 133 for 6, having been 131 for 4. Again, quick wickets, the costing Didsbury. As James Green is sent back, so Hyde well on top now, 133 for 6. You can see the bowling figures there. These two spinners, 14 overs between them, 3 for 46. I'll be very pleased with that. Ball, and a lot resting now on Nick Anderson's shoulders, as we were saying. To the new batsman James Green to stay exactly where he is from the captain. So the last thing Didsbury need is a run out. very important part of the game now, you feel. Didsbury have just got to hang in, and having looked set for a very healthy total at a couple of stages, I'll be looking to bowl them out well within the allocation. As Danny Cramner is very quickly through another maiden over. It's possibly the one thing that I will have to keep a check on, that over rate, even though we've had a couple of delays. Don't want to get too far behind. You can see there the 3 lots of 2 wickets, as it were. That's Charlie Barnard in to James Green, brother of Steve. For pad. A tall man, James Green. And he's away with a single for that second ball. To the sweeper, Jason Ebrel, a single. Time for Nick Anderson to play that, but picks the man out. Still a very tricky period for Didsbury. You can sense the confidence in the Hyde team. They know they've got themselves into a great position here. It's just meagre pickings at the moment for the Didsbury players. Single off that last ball, just 2 off that over. So 4 for 1 off the last 4 overs. Correction, 4 for 2 off the last 5 overs even. Just looking at my notes here. Means Didsbury 135 for 6. Cramner in again for his 10th over, yep. And my fellow scorer James Howe pointing out that Anderson just keeping that one out. Well, 20 overs remaining, or just under 20 overs remaining. Still a big challenge for Didsbury to bat these out and see if they can post a score. I'll just take the ones and off at the moment. You can not quite see the long off in your picture there. Looks like David Fisher doing the down there in the deep. Yep. The edge, and there might be a couple here for James Green. That'll be his call, yeah, and he's very happy to come back for 2. Let's check when the last 2 was actually. So we haven't had many of them today, have we? Oh gosh, that's the first 2 since the 8th over. There we are. Breaking news here at Didsbury. It's been 4s and singles, a few extras, 1 huge 6. We've had a 3 early on from Marcus Fisher, and that's just the second 2. Perhaps gives you an indication of how quick the outfield is. That's what's that? 22 fours and a 6 we've had. So yeah, just does give you an indication of how well the outfield is playing. And cut again, that might be another 2 actually. Having had that relative drought, will be an easy 2 in the event for James Green. We finished the over, so 5 come from it. Those 2 2s. Leaves Danny Cramner with 1 for 31 from his 10 overs to date. Very tidy spell for him. Wicket with his very first ball. And the batsmen have had to work for everything. Barnard into Anderson. And that's short, and oh, it's well fielded by David Fitzsimmons. This is still a single, but he had to that was travelling. He had to get himself right behind that, and he's hit so well it's skewed away for 1, but that was a certain boundary a few yards either side of him, so he did very well to keep it just to 1 for Nick Anderson. He was on to 34, scored a 141. That's James Green on to strike. Nice free swing of the bat, but David Fish has come in a little bit, but he's just looking. He's sort of back on the circle. Now he's gone right back to long on, and Jason Ebrell pushed right back onto the cover boundary. 2 balls to go in this over. Nice, yeah, that's a very nice. Always had a nice rhythm, Charlie Barnard, and he's landed it nicely. Asking questions, and again another very tidy over from him. Threw it in a flash. 8 overs, 1 made and 2 for 23. Charlie Barnard. So just another look at the Didsbury partnerships. The 2 solid ones, but nothing else. And they need another one of the longer line variety to Didsbury. Certainly what I'll be hoping for. Not so my fellow scorer James Howe will be delighted with Hyde's progress as Danny Cramner starts an 11th over. Flicked away nicely, and that's again very well fielded. Tumbling stop from David Fitzsimmons there, just out of shot. That square leg round smartly, couldn't stop a run. But did well to get across and get down to that. That's nicely flighted again. I'll have to look later because I've got a shot of the pictures you've got. Whether the changes of pace are perceptible on the actual camera itself, certainly from our view in the scorebox here. You can see the varying pace with which he bowls, Danny Cramner. So he's a very experienced bowler, very skillful bowler, strong action. Slower ball again, and that's going to be 4 runs, and that's a welcome boundary for Didsbury. Just dragged that down a little bit, and James Green needed no further beckoning to hit that for 4, make the most of that. It's the first boundary. I'm just looking now. I think that's the first one in 7 overs. So welcome relief for Didsbury. Oh gosh, went back there, and that seemed to keep a little low. Oh. While his brother Steve Green was out doing it, just that, playing back to one that kept very low. Danny's first ball. Just give that. Oh, is that? Okay. Wow. That's technical problems. I believe there's some. We're just hearing about some technical problems with the main play cricket, but we're doing okay here, thankfully, and our coverage still, as far as I know, still coming out clearly and by some miracle accurately. We've got the right score, 147 for 6, 38 overs bowled. You can see the Didsbury card there. James Green just into double figures with that single off the last ball. As Charlie Barnard prepares for his 9th over. Nicely nicked away, and that's going to be runs. That's gone past young Nevin Mazuria, who is at short fine leg, and another 2 for James Green. So having had none at all, well, only 1-2 in these first 35 overs, he's now at 3 2s in his last little innings of 12. He's finding some gaps, and these are useful runs. That's nicely down the ground, but David Fisher, just you'll see in shot there, got himself behind it, fielded it well, hit that nicely. Very nicely. James Green. Tidy end to the over, Charlie Barnard. So just 2 runs from that over. 39 bowled. 149 for 6. See the Hyde bowlers there and the 2 spinners. Danny Cramner and Charlie Barnard doing an excellent job for their side. 3 wickets between them. And through 20 overs in good time. So Nick Anderson to face. Not been on strike much the last couple of overs. Lots off the edge and very well down, Andrew Jackson. Very well down indeed. Smart piece of fielding there at slip. You'll see of that. Great reactions. It's quite close in there as well. That was an excellent effort from him. There's Cramner. Very full, flicked away, but straight to Dave Fitzsimmons at mid-wicket. Just looking at what we've got. Deep backward square leg, very wide, long on, long off. And back on the sweeper boundary as well. So plenty of ones, you would think. Yeah, and that's what I mean. In fact, that's well picked up actually, but the man close in, is that young Tom there? It is. Just in the covers. But a single, 150 up for Didsbury. Field coming up now for James Green, just a 1-man back now at their deep backward square leg, but all the other fielders have come up. Oh, just propping forward there. That's good tactics from Hyde, not giving any runs away, making the new batsman have to think about that. They are dropping the sweeper out now. 2 balls left in the over. I think that I don't understand why you might want to give him a run there, but all the men have dropped back. In fact, there we are, and that's a single as a result. Don't quite follow that thinking, I must admit, but an easy game from here. Anyway, last ball of this over. So 4 men back on the boundary, and you'd think Nick Anderson will be eyeing up these gaps in this inner circle. And there it is, yeah, an easy run. Coming round, backward point coming round to field. So 3 runs off that over. Didsbury really given a couple of those. 40 overs gone, 15 remaining. You can see the run rate now just dipping as Didsbury are having to regroup. It's dipped below 4 for the first time in the whole innings. But that's a reflection of how well Hyde have bowled and also the rate they've got through their overs. If you can get through them more quickly, the run rate, if you keep this down at 2s and 3s and over, you're looking at the board and suddenly you realise those overs are disappearing quickly. No need yet to panic, I don't think, for Didsbury though. They've still got 89 balls now. Can still, if they can bat these overs, still give themselves certainly a challenging score. Now we're just switching around. You'll see Andrew Jackson coming out of that slip position. He's coming into mid-wicket. David Simmons has gone right back to deep mid-wicket out on the boundary. There's already a deep backward square leg and a sweeper. And we've got long off and long on. So Hyde clearly trying to protect the boundary, not bothered about the ones. They recognise the nature of this outfield. Anything past you. There's runs. That's a nice tumbling stop from Never Mazurier. A single for Nick Anderson. Just 2 overs for young Nevin earlier. It's been largely spin as Hyde have got through the overs and put Didsbury under a lot of pressure. Still in a good position here. 153 for 6. That's a nice shot, but will only be 1 for James Green. Field all adjusting again. David Simmons, who's come right in off the boundary into mid-wicket, now going right back again. Andrew Jackson back out to mid-wicket. It's his last ball, and that's going to be, might be 2 as they hear the shout. It's in the, oh, there's a bit of a fumble on the field, on the outfield boundary there, square leg boundary rather. 2 runs. The result for Nick Anderson. He'll take those very gratefully. Didsbury on to 156 for 6. 41 overs bowled. As Danny Cramner continues his 13th over. Oh, and James Green's gone for that. He's found it into a big gap. It's 4. Yeah, it's bounced well short, but there's a huge gap there, deep mid-wicket. A little bit short, and he was on it very, very quickly to muscle it away for 4. A very welcome boundary for Didsbury. That first ball of the over. And the second batting point for them, 160 for 6 now. Just a handy bit of reconnaissance from the 7th wicket pair. Much needed for them. Not the most confident shout there. Quite a number of LBW appeals today. And they've I've had 4 upheld. Hyde. First 4 wickets were all LBW. Oh, that's a full toss. And that's going to be 4 more. Yeah, just tried to bowl a bit too quick. And then Cramroni got it wide of the mid-on fielder James Green. 2 4s in the over for him. Nicely hit. So just a bit of food for thought for Danny Cramner. That's a slower one, but good length. All the batsman can do is defend it. There's 1 ball remaining in this 42nd over. And nicely flighted, driven hard but straight back to the bowler. So good over for Didsbury. Those 2 4s taken up to 164. 2 4s for James Green. I'm just starting to climb again a little, just nudging the 4 runs and over mark, which is good news for Didsbury, certainly. Don't want to get it around there and keep it over that 4 and over mark. And Nick Anderson. Just checking now, again the 5 men back on the boundary at different parts of the ground as Bernard is in, immaculate line and length. As I said earlier, he'll be making his Cheshire debut, I think, in the T20 games over this bank holiday weekend. Charlie Barnard, and certainly impressing his T20 captain. That's 1 something, I think, off the bat. Oh no, we're going to get a signal, a leg by signal from umpire Chris Rigg. Have you got any bet on that at all? Clearly not, but still, it's a run on the board. And welcome. So long on and long off coming in now. Can't stop the single there, David Fisher at extra cover. It was hit very hard again. Did well to get anything behind it. So again, a few yards either side, and that's 4. So good effort from him. He's just ringing his hand a bit. Not surprised. Did well to get behind that. Nice easy run for Nick Anderson. That's the sweeper fielder. And that's hit hard, and that is going to be 4. That's just to the right hand side of David Fisher, and he could do nothing about it. Hit really well. It's a short boundary, fast outfield, as we've been saying, and a fine shot from James Green. His 4th boundary, and his 27. A very useful little innings this has been. He just defends that last ball of the over nicely. A good over for Didsbury. 7 runs from it. And you can just see that partnership. They're starting to build. 38 now, 61 balls, and that has been very timely for the hosts indeed. Fallen to 133 for 6. Sam Leach controversially given out. And Didsbury really in a spot of bother. They're still by no means clear of that. Still a lot of work to do to get this to the total to the sort of realms they'll have got in mind when they won the toss and chose to bat. But makes for a very interesting game of cricket indeed. Danny Cramner in to his opposite number, and that's an easy run. So they've got the men back now trying to protect this boundary. Hyde. 26 4s and 1 6 in this innings. So they're having to settle, well, they've decided obviously to settle a little more for the 1s rather than the 4s, and just give them away to concede some. There's another one out for James Green. He's developing a little more fluency now, the 2 Didsbury batsmen. This partnership is 40. Fired in. That's the quicker one. Fired right in. Nick Anderson read it. And got behind it, but it is a very good change of pace. A little bit short of that one, but defended. So now 2 balls left in this over. So we've got the 5 men. Correction, 4 men right back. and McAnderson picks one of those men. You'll just see him coming into shot. Now for a single down to a long on. That's put out straight to mid-wicket now. Well positioned Dave Fitzsimmons to stop any chance of a run there. The over comes to an end. That's 44 gone, 174 for 6. Thank you. You can see the Didsbury card there. Fits and starts, but this latest partnership, McAnderson 43 not out, James Green 28 not out. Just reviving the hosts somewhat. And as a result, had to bring back their main strike bowler Andrew Jackson to try and put an end to this little mid-innings revival. Only got through 11 overs today, Andrew Jackson. 2 wickets and passed the bat. How many times would you say? Probably 6 or 7 at least. I can think of, James. Yeah, he was asking a lot of questions. Anyways, test for him to come back after a long spell not bowling. Oh, gosh, he's right on the money straight away. McAnderson pushes him down the ground for a single. No slipping at all. The wicketkeeper Adam Morrow is just saying, shall we have somebody in here? No, not a batsman. We've got deep backward square leg and very wide third man in on the boundary, but everyone else is in serving one. And it's caught and bowled. Oh, well, can he do the business we asked Andrew Jackson? And he absolutely can. Caught and bowled James Green after a very useful little innings of 28. That partnership of 42 comes to an end. Fine catch, fine reaction catch. It's never easy taking them in the follow through there as Andrew Jackson was doing, but he was alert and alive to that opportunity. And a third wicket for him. And doing just what Hyde will have hoped he could do. Just that blossoming partnership for Didsbury cut short. James Green out for well made 28 off 37 balls. He hit 4 4s. But he's out now, and Max Backhouse, the new batsman, coming in at 175 for 7. Max, very handy cricketer. Certainly very useful to have coming in at number 9. See him bowling again a little later, I would imagine. But it's a very reliable, solid performer. He has been for Didsbury. We certainly need an innings from him today. So we can just hang around with Nick. Oh, first ball, goodness. Past the bat, he's groping at thin air there. Andrew Jackson, we asked for a long spell not bowling. Any impact on him, and I think we've clearly got the answer. He's as fit as a butcher's dog by the looks of it. Be able to come back straight into his rhythm, straight into the pace. Wicket with his second ball. Smart return catch, and then one whizzing past the edge of the number 9 batsman. That's short though, and Max Backhouse has climbed into that and whacked him over square leg for 4. As we said, he's a very useful number 9. Max, goodness, and that was a lovely shot. Only his second delivery, but did not waste the opportunity to put that ball away. He'll be looking to find a better length. Andrew Jackson, yep, there he is, and a bit of a nothing shot there from Max. Just whiz past the edge. Oh, again, a beautiful length. Beat the drive. So great over for Hyde. You can see Andrew Jackson there at the top of the list. 3 for 49 now from his 12. Has bowled really well. Change as well. Luke Young's coming back as well, so Hyde have decided enough of spin. And going back to their opening pair, Luke Young, just 6 overs for him earlier. 1 for 24. But, Marcus Fisher out, LBW. So with 10 overs remaining, just looking now, so we're 2:45. There'll be some allowances for the delay in finding the lost ball and the injury, the blow Charlie Lowen suffered. But I'll need to just keep an eye on the overs. Obviously the ball did Didsbury out, not a problem. But we'll just need to keep an eye on this over 8. And Luke Young some problems with no balls. He bowled 5 in his first spell, and that will just prolong things. We're just getting the field right now. They did have 3 back on the leg side boundary. Now just 2. If it's just come into the circle, I think he has to be the 4th fielder in the circle, doesn't he? Yes, there he is. So Luke Young into Nick Anderson, and that's short, and it looks a bit wide from here. Yeah, it is wide. So nice bonus run for Didsbury there at the start, and again, just takes out a little bit longer to get through the over. He goes a fair way back, Luke. Brings the 180 up for Didsbury, as you can see. You can see how far back Luke Young is going. He's almost on the circle, I would think. They're 30 odd yards running in. Sets himself. That's short, but Nick Anderson can't take advantage of it. That's Andrew Jackson at backward point, tumbling down. And you can see Adam Worrell, the keeper, coming across, just having a chat with the captain. Who's at extra cover. We've got a man back on the sweeper boundary and the deep backward square leg and the wide long on. Just checking, yeah, young Nevins down here in front of us at, I'm going to call that long leg. James agrees with me. But 4 men back on the boundary. And there's a big gap there. Even then, sorry, it's way out of our shot, but it was too wide for him to get to. 4 runs for Nick Anderson. David Fisher down at 3rd man, but he's a little bit straighter. And he threw the bat at that. There's plenty of width on it. And no chance at all for the field of stopping it. 28th 4 of the Didsbury innings. Nick Anderson's at 7 of them. He's on 48 now. And he might get to his 50 at this one if he goes for it. And he's going to. Yep. Max Backhouse running through. That's a nice 2 runs for Nick Anderson and a 50 for him. Consecutive 50s in the league as well. And applause from his teammates, and he's done a fine job here. 85 balls, as I said, with 7 fours, and he's really helped rescue his team. He came in with a score at 75 for 4. He's in the 18th over, and he's now still there in the 46th. He's taken the score to 186 for 7. He'll be wanting to keep going for these last 10 overs. Fine innings he's played here. Halfway through this 46th over. Oh, that's a ball. You can hear the shout of anguish possibly from the captain, Nick Anderson, as he feels he missed out on that one. Disappointed with the shot he's played. Yes, 56 last week at Toft, and then this unbeaten 50 today. An excellent start to the season for him with the bat. He's got that one through there. Andrew Jackson, that'll be a 2. That's got a huge gap. 2 fielders converging from the boundary. Andrew Jackson couldn't stop enough of it. At backward point. It's fairly deep there as well. 2 runs the result. Didsbury to 188. Last ball of this over coming up. It's taken nearly 5 minutes this over. They will need to keep an eye on this Hyde if they don't bowl Didsbury out. It's well bowled. Finish with. But 9 in total from the over, 8 to the batsman, and the wide. Getting the field organised. Nobody back on this offside boundary. There's a man back now at deep backward square. In case Max back, I thought he did. That's straight back to the bowler. Oh, there was a caught and bowled in that last over, but it was wide of the bowler in the event. As I say, we're at about 8 o'clock as you're looking at your screen, so not easy to be sure exactly where things have gone, but thought for one awful moment that I was straight back to the bowler, but no, it was wide of him, but fielded it mid-off. No run the result. That's a nice shot from Max Backhouse. He's glided it nicely. There is a man coming round. It'll only be 1. Charlie Barnard at wide, 3rd man, single. So with Nick Anderson on strike, and Hyde now clearly just keeping the 4 men in the fielding circle. Missouri, you can't see him, but he's just coming up to short fine leg in your shot. Got backward point, extra cover almost right on the boundary, and as a result, Adam Worrell coming up behind the stumps. Try and prevent Nick Anderson taking any liberties with his foot movement. Nice drive, and that's down, and that's going to be 4 runs, I think. There's no chance of stopping that again, even though David Fisher wasn't very far away from it. It's hit so well and it's so quick. A nice shot for 4, driven for 4. Didsbury skipper takes his side to their 3rd batting point. 193 now. 4-7, and Didsbury getting near to 200, which I'd imagine be the absolute minimum that they've been looking for here. Oh, that's again very aerial, but as it turns out, nowhere near a fielder. Away for a single. Fields the ball and comes in. Oh, and he went for it again. Max Backhouse, a shorter ball, but too high, too quick for him. Nice ball. Just sorting out now. Just they want to keep 4 in, so Never Missouri was trotting in, but has gone back to find like they're going to keep the mid-off up Hyde, so mid-off. Deep extra cover and backward point, mid-wicket, the men in the ring, and Max Backhouse picks out that mid-wicket. Dave Fitzsimmons, no run, so 6 off the over. And 47 gone. Didsbury 194 for 7. Danny Cramley, you can see, just having a word with Luke Young. He's going to bowl again from that far end, the Fletcher Moss end. So 8 overs remaining. Didsbury could not bat their 55. Yep, see you tomorrow, David. Could not bat the 55 last week, and they'll want to put that right today. Nick Anderson on strike, 57 not out. This is Luke. They're going to get a single there. Danny Crammer's not even going to try and stop it. Hit very, very sweetly. Straight to the fielder though, but there's a run if both men go on. With 8 overs left, Didsbury now looking to really push. Keep going at the current rate, we'll finish around 227, but they'll be looking for more than that. But with just 3 wickets in hand, they can't take too many chances. Coming round the wicket, Luke Young now to Max Backhouse. That's hit nicely, and I think he's found a gap there. Yes, he has. Hit very nicely for 4. Through the covers. Max Backhouse's second, very impressive boundary for him. As I say, he's by no means the worst number 9 in the world. Certainly not in this league. Very fine, handy player. And as a result now, the huge gap on this offside. He got extra cover in, but the man's gone right back on the sweeper boundary. Oh, it's a no ball and a full toss as well. It's his 6th no ball. And a run off it as well. So Didsbury 200 up. With that no ball and single. Yeah, I'm just checking. They've hit 30 boundaries, 34s and a 6. So I'd understandably looking to keep the boundaries at a minimum. They've got their just the 4 in the circle now. Huge gap on this leg side. Will run anywhere Nick Anderson wants. Oh, yeah, and he's decided laterally to go for the 1. David Fisher coming in, pinging it in, but well round Andrew Jackson. So there'll be plenty of singles now. There we go. A few more fielders in for Max Backhouse, but he's found that gap again through the covers, but only a single this time because the man's back. Hits it very confidently though. Nicely timed. And the field all drops back now. So there's only Nevin Missouri at short fine leg in on the leg side. So run anywhere Nick Anderson wants it really on this leg side is your left hand side as you're looking at it. He's decided to go further down the ground. Again, there's an easy run there. Too long off, single. So 10 off this over already. With 1 ball to come. Didsbury 204 for 7. Heard Max Backhouse keen on the single. Nick Anderson not interested, said no. Still a good over for Didsbury, 10 off it. That 48th over, 204 for 7. See that worm just climbing a little more, just over 4 again now. The scoring rate. So good news for the home side. But, they'll want an awful lot more than this. Batsmen just getting themselves settled down. Partnership 29 off 24. So we're just into the 3rd hour of the innings now. Andrew Jackson into his 14th over. Nick Anderson just taking the easy run on offer down the ground there. And they've got 5 in, yes, haven't they? Oh, he's back there, yeah. Oh, that's down the ground. Is it over David Fisher's head at mid-off? It is for Max Backhouse, and it's probably going to roll away, I think, by the sounds from the Didsbury players. Yep, just got enough on that. I thought for a minute, as David Fisher did at mid-off, he was in business, but it looped. It was going over his head. Nice shot from Max Backhouse. His 3rd 4, 15 off 13 balls is a very useful contribution for the number 9. Thanks Didsbury to 209. Slower ball there, a single, and Jason Ebble misfields at backward point. I think there was always going to be a run there anyway, and the misfield didn't cost anything. Jason Ebble putting his hand up as apology for the bowler, but I think Nick Anderson called straight away, and he's right back on the circle. Jason Ebble, so an absolute dickens of a job to try and stop anything there. Single. Fine innings from Nick Anderson. 62 not out now, but single takes him 2. But he's been well partnered by the lower order. First James Green and now Max Backhouse has gone for a top edge. It's going to drop short of Nevin Missouri. I think was charging in from long leg. It's Backhouse again going for the short pitch delivery. Andrew Jackson saying go on in, giving him the bait. On him a bit quicker than he thought, but the top edge dropping well short of the fielder in the end. Single the result. 8 off 5 balls in this over. As last ball's a dot, good ball to finish the over with. And you can just see those 2 partnerships at the bottom now, with James Green at 42 and then the 37 now that these 2 have added. Very, very useful indeed for Didsbury. Luke Young's been come out of the attack, so Danny Cranmer's brought himself back in. A couple of expensive overs from Luke Young, I'm afraid, for him. Two overs for 19 in that little spell. That's meant the captain needs to bring himself back. They've now got their trying to work out where they want the boundary fielders. Stanley Cranmer to his 15th over. Appeal for pad first before bat, but umpire Simon Smith says no. I think at this stage Hyde will be happy with the dot. Oh, that's down the leg side, that's going to be byes, possibly a couple. Has it gone for 4? I think it has, yeah, 4 byes as the result. Didsbury will take the boundaries anywhere they come, and that's a very useful addition to their total. 2-1-6-4-7. Backhouse back, pulling, single out there. Deep mid wicket. Occasion. Missouri in at short fine like that, stopping any chance of a run. Oh, he's looking for the big shot and he's been bowled. Nick Anderson. Just a little bit of impatience perhaps. Thought the ball was there for hit. He'll be furious with himself for that, but nonetheless a fine innings from the Didsbury captain. Out for 62 off 98 balls with 8 fours in total. So he came in with a score at 75 for 4. It's 2-1-7 for 8 as he departs, and I'm sure he'll get a good hand. You'll hear that as he nears the pavilion. Indeed so, and a very well deserved round of applause for the Didsbury captain. Brings Liam Booth to the crease, and again Didsbury are in the same position now as they were last week at Toft, except not as many runs, but they've still got just over 5 overs to bat, which is a long time and as you know, Hyde will get any overs Didsbury do not use, so they'll be very keen to polish this off, and at the same time it means that the batsman can take fewer risks, which will suit Hyde very nicely. So Liam Booth will be opening the bowling later, but he's got to do some batting here first, and Danny Crammer fires it in. Oh, that's again another quick ball. It's a dot ball, and Didsbury get through 50 overs, 2-1-7. There you can see the card, and this pair and last man on debut Elliot Horton have still got work to do to bat these 5 overs through. Danny Cramner, a second wicket for him in that over, 2 for 52 now from his 15. He's bowled pretty well, I think, but no question who the pick of the Hyde bowlers has been. This man coming into your picture now, Andrew Jackson, his 15th over. Oh no, gosh, super Yorker to Max Backhouse, which the batsman just digs out, can do nothing more with it. Nice shot there from Max. He's beaten the field close in at mid wicket, and there's going to be a couple. Nicely timed as well, very stylish shot from the Didsbury number 9. He's made a very handy run of ball 20 here, goodness. Super little innings this has been. Nicked and gone this time. Yeah, he was trying a little glance. Yeah, heard the edge from here. Max Backhouse caught by the wicketkeeper Adam Worrell, and that super little innings, it's had a 20 off 21 balls for 3-4s, comes to an end. And 219 for 9. Hyde have done it again. They've got a quick wickets in successive wickets. Elliot Horton comes in to bat for Didsbury. Elliot making his debut for us today, left arm bowler, and he's got some batting to do, because at the moment Hyde, apart from having a very gettable target to chase, are going to have extra overs in which to chase them. So we'll see what Elliot Horton is capable of doing, facing Andrew Jackson, who will be looking for a 5th wicket to round off an excellent afternoon with the ball for him. 4 for 65 at the moment. Very much led the line for his side today. Didsbury were very disappointed to have lost those wickets as they have. They've all fallen quite close together. A couple of good partnerships and some handy lower order partnerships, but throughout the innings the wickets have gone fairly close together, it seems, and that has pegged them back. It's a nice shot for a number 11. Gosh, that was nice and firm, wasn't it? No run is the result. It was hit straight to extra cover. So Elliot Horton looking alright there. 51 overs gone, and Didsbury 21949. Andrew Jackson Jackson 4 for 65 now. Terrific effort from him. It's going to be Danny Cramner. See if he can pick up this last wicket. Bowling to Liam Booth. That's batted to pad. No run there. And these two just need to bat these overs out, really, for me, and just see where they can get to. It's no more than a working total, this. Certainly having won the toss, that I've been looking for a lot more, and they were positioned. 131 for 4, they were in a good position, Didsbury, but done that. But Liam Booth has glanced that one away nicely, and he's found the boundary with 4 runs, 223 for 9. Blow that Charlie Lowen suffered, and then getting out two deliveries later. Sam Leach following a couple of overs after that. Nick Anderson built a couple of good partnerships when he got out as well. A lot of overs still to use. Oh, and he's gone for well, Liam Booth is using them just as he pleases. 4-1 ball, and then that's a nicely swept 6. It's gone way over the boundary. Not just trickling over by any means. A lovely shot from Didsbury's number 10. Got the ball back straight away. So here am I thinking, let's play this out, but the batsmen in the middle are the best people to work out how to do it. 4-6 for Liam Booth, and just plays that one out carefully. I just want this last wicket. They'll want to get a couple of extra overs as a bonus. And he has got them. He's bowled him with a flighted delivery. And for the second week in succession, Didsbury are bowled out with overs to spare, 52 overs. So that's another 3 for Hyde that will get, as Didsbury are dismissed for 229, 52 overs. Liam Booth, the last man, out for 10, and that's a 3rd wicket for Danny Cramner. 3 for 62. You can see that cluster of wickets at the end of the innings, which has really given Didsbury a bit of a headache here, because they have given Hyde 3 extra overs in which to chase 230. And we will see how they get on at in around about half an hour's time. So 62 from Nick Anderson, leading the way for Didsbury in that 229. Charlie Lowen made a very useful, very fluent looking 46. You can see on the scorecard there, and earlier on Noah Crow's 35 before he just didn't play a shot was LBW to Andrew Jackson, one of 4 wickets for the Hyde opening bowler. Useful contributions from James Green and Max Backhouse, but as I say, it's all about that 52 overs for me. See those wickets going down. Didsbury 175 for 6, and then 229 all out. And Hyde bowling figures will come up. The Hyde bowling figures there. You can see Andrew Jackson 4 for 65 at the top, Danny Cramner 3 for 62. Charlie Barnard 2 wickets and an impressive spell from him. 1 for Luke Young. So 229 Didsbury's total, 3 extra overs for Hyde, and we'll see how they get on in around about half an hour's time.
like to be able to transfer into that one.
Yes. You have transferred.
Yeah, yeah.
Right,
Right.
so I've got two faces. So I've got one university.
So welcome back to our coverage of this Cheshire County League Premier Division match between Didsbury and Hyde. We're about to get underway. I'm just trying to get into there we are, innings 2 we need to be. So we've got 230 as a target for Hyde, 58 overs to bat. And Nick Anderson is going to open the bowling. He's bowling to Tom Partridge, left-hander. Was captaining Hyde for a couple of seasons, but he's passed those duties on this year. And he'll be pleased to just see that first ball fly safely down the leg side. So yeah, 230 the target for Hyde. And they've got those 3 extra overs, which could prove very handy indeed. As Didsbury, as last week, did not bat their allocation. They'll be disappointed with 229 from being 131 for 4, but from being 133 for 6, as they also were. They'll recognise that it could have been a lot less of a target, and then I'm going to have to do their darndest to take 10 wickets. No question there'll be a definitive result in this game. There will not be a draw. I think James and I would agree on that one way or another. James Howe, the Hyde scorer, with me this afternoon, and has been very helpful in this first innings that we've had. And that's a nice shot from Tom Partridge. It's onto his legs, and that's going to be 4. Not going to be stopped. Not a chance of stopping it, even though there's 2 men in pursuit. And as we saw repeatedly in the Didsbury innings, once it's past the field, you are going to get a boundary. Steve Green, Sam Leach chasing that. Steve at mid-wicket. He's talking to his brother James as at backward square. 2 slips. As Nick Anderson is in. Oh, it's well fielded actually by James Green at just backward of square. So that was travelling again. It looked pretty well timed. Let's just work this field out. Yeah, where everybody is. I confused Sam with Elliot Horton on debuts in front of us at mid-on. Sam's got the ball now at mid-off. Apologies, Sam. That's the last ball of the over. And, Tom Partridge solidly forward there. So I think first over for him and for Hyde. 4 without loss. As Liam Booth comes up from fine leg, you'll see him coming into your shot now. To bowl from that far end, the Fletcher Moss end. Little cameo of 10, batting at number 10, a big 6 and a nice 4 for Liam. Of course, last week 6 for 31 at Hyde. He'll be looking to emulate that. And we certainly need a performance from someone with the ball. Let's just work out who's where. 2 left-handers on strike. Luke Young at this end opened the bowling and also opens the batting in this Hyde team. Just out of your shot, there were 3 slips. Max Backhouse, Marcus Fisher, and then Nick Anderson. Sam Leach at backward point. We're just going to delay while you'll see the sight screens being sorted out at the top of your picture. No. All right. So we're all set now with the sight screens in place. So Liam Booth coming over the wicket to Luke Young. Oh gosh, and just as we heard a number of occasions with Luke Young himself as bowling. A cry of no ball from umpire Simon Smith. So yeah, 3 slips, backward point, that's Elliot Horton, and cover. Steve Green, mid-off, Sam Leach, Noah Crows at mid-on. Oh, and Simon Smith, the umpire, thought about, I think, wide there. Gave the bowler the benefit in the end. And that big gap on the leg side, we have the mid-on Noah Crows, and then James Green at backward square leg. Down the leg side. Just work this out now. Yeah, that's so yes. So Elliot Horton, in fact, down at fine leg. Tim Hughes just coming in there at backup point. My apologies to Tim. Sorting out where everybody is. Again, that's a lovely shot from Luke Young. There's a bit of width there, and he's crashed that through the covers. I think 6 men in the covers wouldn't have stopped that one. A lovely shot. 4 runs. Opens his account with a boundary, as did his opening partner Tom Partridge. Lovely shot that was. Booth in. So yes, Didsbury a lot of work to do to defend this. But the chat at the interval was felt to be a reasonable score, but by no means ungettable, and it'll be a lot more gettable with shots like that. A very similar shot, not quite as fluent in the drive, but still nonetheless creamed through the covers. It's rocketed away. 4 more runs for Luke Young and for Hyde, and they're already on to 13. We're both just erring in length, a bit too full. And it's a very accomplished batsman. They put 160 on together last week, the opening wicket for Hyde, and already looking in great touch. Oops, that's a little bit of a less accomplished shot, but nonetheless 2 good overs for Hyde to start with. 13 the score. You can see Hyde batting lineup. We suspect that will be the batting order, but we're not putting betting the farm on it at the moment. But it'll be something like that. And a good amount of batting. They've lost James Duffy this year, Hyde, but gained Luke Young back. And plenty of experience also in that lineup, and plenty of talent. Nice shot from Tom Partridge. He's clipped it away firmly for a single. That brings Luke Young on to strike. As I mentioned a little earlier in the commentary, he'll be Nick Anderson bowling to him. They'll be teammates in the next couple of days. As Lucas representing Cheshire. Huge shout from Didsbury. Umpire Chris Rigg not impressed, saying no. Shake of the head, but confident shout. As I say, Luke Young will be representing Cheshire, with Nick Anderson will be his captain in the next couple of days, as Cheshire have 4 T20 matches in 2 days. Play back-to-back T20s tomorrow and Monday. It's too full, but he got away with that, Nick Anderson, because it was a full ball. Could have hit it anywhere, Luke Young, but he's found James Green at backward square. So we'll be relieved about that. Nick Anderson, that didn't get punished. And again, James Green there. It's 2 for that time, and again James Green is well and truly in the action. That was hit really sweetly by Luke Young, and he's very disappointed not to have got the boundary for that he thought he was going to get. He picked the man out. Yarn either side, it was runs straight at James Green, who's already had plenty to do. That backward square leg is right, just about on the 30-yard circle there. Nicked, gone, dropped. Oh, no, dropped. And that's a bad miss behind the stumps from Charlie Lowen. Big edge from Luke Young. Should have been a regulation catch, and it's gone down. Oh dear, Didsbury on a run as well to end that third over. Nick Anderson on for 6. It should have been 1 for 5. An escape for Luke Young. And Charlie Lowen, who had well earlier for 46, took a nasty blow shortly afterwards, but he'll be disappointed as well with that. But if Nick Anderson can find that line in length again, just like Andrew Jackson earlier, just keep probing away, awards will come. Anyway, it's going to be Liam Booth and Luke Young who had that escape. That's now on strike and made the most of the escape with another 4. It's Crean through point past the dive of Tim Hughes. 4 more runs. 4th boundary already for Hyde, 3rd one for Luke Young. It's into double figures. And Hyde went along very nicely, 19 already. And 4 more. This is the other side of Tim Hughes this time. Oh dear. I'm just saying now, somebody watching the game got up to try and field the ball and did not account for the ball hitting the boundary rope. Almost got it right in the face as it bounced up. Oof, thankfully no damage done. The ball was flying across the outfield. Luke Young timing it beautifully. 4 fours already for him. 17 not out. And Hyde on to 23 in very quick time. Great start for them. 2 for that time from Luke Young, but a single is the result. Bit lethargic there at mid-off. Sam Leach couldn't prevent the run. Could have been more. Certainly been a full toss. Luke Young got a healthy chunk of bat on that. We're just needing to get themselves together here. So, sloppy start. Had 5 boundaries already. Drop catch. Bit of untidy fielding and a no ball as well. So they need to turn it around quickly. That's too short, but it's up in the air. Tom Partridge. Now James Green is underneath it and has caught it. That square leg, and Tom Partridge will be very disappointed with that. Went for it wasn't a great ball, I don't think. It sort of looped up, but he went for the pull, top edged it, and he was caught by James Green running round at square leg. And hugely relieved Didsbury side have a chance to just have a chat with one another. As the first Hyde wicket goes, Tom Partridge out for 5, and that is 24 for 1. Charlie Barnard coming into bat. He won't be on strike, the batsman crossed. So we'll be seeing Luke Young again. So yeah, Luke Young will be on strike, and Charlie Barnard, the new batsman, will watch from the non-striker's end. As Liam Booth will be looking to do what Hyde did regularly in their innings, which is quick wickets in succession. Close together, that really puts pressure on the batting side, and that's what Didsbury have got to do, defending a moderate score. But Luke Young nicely behind it, solidly in behind it. Charlie Lowen standing up now to try and bring a little bit more pressure to bear. So that's a better end to the over for an expensive start. 9 off the first 3, a wicket off the 4th, and then 2 dots. Liam Booth. Just a little bit more of a semblance of order from a Didsbury perspective. 24 for 1 after 4 overs. And Charlie Barnard not taking strike. Someone who'll be, as I mentioned, also joining the bowler, the Cheshire T20 captain Nick Anderson, in the forthcoming matches. He's been called into the squad, and good for him. Let's hope he can give a good account of himself in those games. But as for now, he'll be looking to make a really good impression here at number 3 for Hyde. Chasing 230 to win. Oh, first ball, he's kept it out well. Nice Yorker from Nick Anderson, right in the money. Charlie Barnard carefully over it. just sorting out some refreshment here. I saw a good stop from Steve Green in the covers there, that third ball. So, Charlie Barnard just nicely getting in behind the ball. So quieter over now, probably just calming things down after a rapid start to the innings. Lots of action. Always edged and just short of the slips, I think, that one, but stopped. Field is just looking disappointed. If it has gone down, Noah Crows, it was a very difficult one, very low. More encouragement for Didsbury. Finnick Anderson there finding the edge. Charlie Barnard survives. I'm going to note that down on my sheet. It's just dropping short. I think it did. I couldn't see it clearly. But a close one. Maiden over for Nick Anderson. He'll be happier with that, but we ruined that drop catch in the previous over. Anyway, that's the history now. In the present, Liam Booth bowling. And resuming battle with Luke Young. Just pulling away, not quite ready. Ah, yes, indeed. There was indeed a couple of people just mindlessly walking past the bowler's arm behind it. Anyway, Booth in now. And Luke Young in to defend. Smacked again, but straight to Steve Green at the covers. That was a lovely crisp drive from Luke Young, but there's a bit more support. Marcus Fisher's come out of that slip area, so he's at cover. Steve Green at extra cover. He's providing that protection, and that's gone straight to Steve Green. Don't think it'll be too long before we see him having a bowl. But then again, more, and that time it's wide of Marcus Fisher. Can't stop it at cover. 4 more runs for Luke Young. Third time he's found that part of the boundary. Another 4 for him, a 5th 4 in this 22 he's made. Giving Hyde a quick start on the scorecard. Indeed, Marcus Fisher now at cover, going right back onto the boundary. So Tim Hughes at backward point. Steve Green at extra cover, and Marcus Fisher right back on the boundary now. Didsbury recognising they're going to have to concede this many boundaries. 6 boundaries already. Nice shot. Oh, that's a lovely shot. He's going to concede another one there because he's driven that beautifully, Luke Young. Through the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Not a chance for Sam Leach on that occasion. Another 4 runs for Luke Young. He hit successive 4s in Liam Booth's previous over, and he's done it again now. Just checking, 32 boundaries in 4 4s and 2 6s in the Didsbury innings, and already up to 7 boundaries in theirs. 6 of the bat of this young man, Luke Young, never looked out. That's going to be a leg by. Charlie Barnard alert to the possibility of a run, and well taken leg by. Optimistic appeal from Liam Booth. So Luke Young will retain the strike, and he's looking in very good order. You can see that Hyde worm already well above the Didsbury one. And Luke Young racing on to 26, and the Hyde score, more importantly, to 33 in just 6 overs. So Nick Anderson, a lot to ponder as he comes into bowl to Luke Young. Oh, he's bowled a full toss there as well, possibly too much on his mind. Another easy boundary. Luke Young creaming that one away. 4 more runs for him. A 7th 4 in this 30 not out. He's raced to 30, 24 balls only. Made 8 when he was dropped by the wicket keeper, and that already proving a very costly miss. And rattling along, under 200 already required, 193 required for victory now. It's another lovely crisp shot. This time no run, but he's batting beautifully, James, isn't he? James Howe, the Hyde third 11 captain. Might be considering a call up for Luke Young to the 3s. At this rate, he might just make the cut there. It's a little better from the bowler. Still plenty of overs, only 51 overs after this one to bat, so plenty of time, and they're not going to need anything like that number if Luke Young continues like this. That's a cracking shot, lovely drive, 4 more runs the result. And dealing almost exclusively in boundaries, 2 singles, 8 fours for Luke Young, and they have all been excellent shots. Full face of the bat. The timing's been super. And a lot to think about for Nick. And he's bowled him. Oh gosh, he's got one through him, and that's a surprise. Luke Young playing so well. And then one maybe just moved away a little bit, hit the top of off stump, and Nick Anderson and Didsbury will be thrilled to bits with that. Because Luke Young was looking in marvellous form. Oh, surprised he missed that one, but it must have done him with a little bit of movement. So he's batted beautifully, but he's now out for 34, just 29 balls, 8 fours for Luke Young. Well, that's the second Hyde wicket, the score at 41, and it was also the end of the over. This is Adam. Just checking with James Howe, the Hyde scorer. Well, that's Adam Worrell coming in, the wicket keeper at number 4. Gosh, Didsbury needed that. And the captain rescued them with the bat. A really well made 62 earlier, and now with the ball just at the right time, because Luke Young was looking in wonderful touch. But beaten by an excellent delivery. So Liam Booth now 3 expensive overs, 1 for 26 so far. That's well fielded at backward point. It's hardly done. Tim Hughes there. Give me Charlie Barnard on note. As Didsbury need to do, they need to build some pressure now. Liam Booth will be conscious of that. As I say, he's got a wicket. His length's been inconsistent, and that's when you can see 26 off 18 balls. That's what happens, but He needs to drag it back, as Nick Anderson has been doing a maiden, and although he went for 2 fours in that over, crucially he got the wicket needed. Looking out, so Hyde 41 for 2. That's a nice shot again for nothing, straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Steve Green has also plenty to do. Worth saying again how quick this outfield is, all racing along, so it is absolutely crucial that the fielders are right behind the ball. That's Tim Hughes again there at backward point. Missed out with the bat earlier. He was one of Andrew Jackson's 4 victims in an excellent opening spell of bowling. We'll be seeing possibly seeing Andrew Jackson a little later. We'll see how they get on, the Hyde team. We'll be hoping not to need him. And that's nicely bowled, Liam Booth. It's looking more like him. Good pace, good length. Oh, that's past him. That's beaten him. So good over from Liam Booth, a maiden, and he'll be much more heartened with that. So 8 overs bowled, Hyde 41 for 2, so they've still got 50 overs to bat. The visitors need another 189. The run rate won't be a problem. The required run rate won't be an issue at all. 3.78, but see those 2 wickets just on the scorecard there, as it was showing, have helped Didsbury just get a foothold in the game after Hyde, and in particular Luke Young, raced away. So we're going to see Adam Worrell now, the wicket keeper for Hyde, facing his first ball from Nick Anderson. Edged, but on the bounce to Noah Crowes at 3rd slip. Bounce well in front of Noah this time. Big sprawling stop in the couple of overs ago. Noah just looking disappointed he hadn't caught something. It looked far too low to me, but that one bounced in front, and that's a nice easy way to get off the mark for Adam Worrell. Just hitting and going for a single to open his account. So now Charlie Barnard's on strike, so the field's spreading out, so we've now got almost 2 gullies, a slip and 2 gullies for Charlie Barnard. So he plays out to the leg side, James Green coming in. He'd really got hold of that, Charlie, but it was more towards the top of the bat. Yeah, very unusual. You can just see in your shot there the huge gap between first slip and then Marcus Fisher is gully, and Noah Crowes is on his right hand side just out of shot. You might be able to hear him clapping, but he's close in as well at a shorter second gully, and we've got a backward point. So clearly a plan here that Didsbury have formulated. didn't know much about that. Oh, can it? Going for the hit, and an excellent piece of backing up by Steve Green. James Green with the throw. Charlie Barnard hesitated there. Throw whizzed in but missed the stumps. Steve Green smartly round to pick the ball up just as well for Didsbury. He did that. And there you can see the two opening bowlers, a wicket each. Nick Anderson bowling really well. Again, 5 overs, 1 for 16. Liam Booth, who was trying to back this maiden up that he bowled in the previous over, now with another good one. To Charlie Barnard, who's just got off the mark. Hyde 43 for 2. It's coming into this 10th over. That's upish from Charlie Barnard, but in the end bouncing in front of Sam Leach at cover. A little bit impatient perhaps, Charlie, but anyway, no damage done for him, but a sniff of a chance. Oh, and that's beaten him. Good ball. And this is more like it from Liam Booth. Only a very consistent performer. Good line and length, but his first 3 overs today were not his finest, and he'll know that. Pulling it back nicely now. No ball called by umpire Simon Smith. It's frustrating, but to try again with that one, Liam Booth. Oh, and again. Just having a few words with the batsman there, I think more out of frustration than anything else. It's 1 off 22 for Charlie Barnard, but he's plenty of time. There's absolutely no need to panic. And he knows he's good enough, and he's seen plenty of other batsmen play well on this pitch, on this ground, so he knows he just has to hang around and survive, and he's done that in that over. See the 2 run rates there, not especially relevant, that comparison today, because there's so much time in the match. Plenty of overs for Hyde to bat and chase this target of 230 they require. As Nick Anderson starts another over, bowling to Adam Worrell. Oh, that was a big noise of something there, but clearly pad. Nobody was interested. down the leg side there. Nicely done again, Adam Worrell, just neatly tucking that off his legs. Did that in the previous over as well, and same result, gets him another single. That brings Charlie Barnard back onto strike. Oh, he wanted a run, but has been sent back, and in the end, no danger. Well, it's a little casual to me for a short while there, but no real alarms. Dot ball, anyway. So, last ball of this 11th over. It's edged and gone past that diving slip fielder. 4 runs the result. Max Backhouse couldn't get near the ball, and that's the gamble. Didsbury have these 2 wide gullies there, and you can possibly hear the captain in agonised frustration, having moved his 2 gully fielders wide. That would have gone, I think, probably to second slip. But there wasn't one there. It's 4 runs as a result. Charlie Barnard's first boundary, and Hyde on to 49 for 2. So Liam Booth in again. First ball at Adam Worrell. Very experienced batsman, Adam Worrell, and a fine player. Been a good acquisition for Hyde. Kept wicket very tidily today. And he's flicked that one away for his first boundary. It's not going to be stopped. The man's coming round. Elliot Horton coming round from long leg. Not very far away from the ball, but it just flies away. Boundary for Adam Worrell. And the Hyde 50 up, 53 for 2. 11 fours in that 53. Discovering as Didsbury as the boundary is very reachable. Ooh. That one just poked short of mid-wicket, not a chance, but slightly alarmed for a short while. Adam Worrell, it was in the air for longer than I think he would have wanted. No, 11 fours already, as we're saying, in this innings. Every one of them taking Hyde further towards that target of 230. It's another 177 runs needed now. Plenty of overs in hand. So Didsbury know it'll have to be 10 wickets for them. And with Hyde knowing they don't have to rush by any means, it's very much an advantage them at this point in time. Be interesting to see as and when spin comes into the game for Didsbury. Steve Green, Max Backhouse and Elliot Horton will be called upon to provide the spin today. No Michael Taylor for Didsbury. And see where that gets us to. But at the moment it's the quicker bowlers bowling. And again, no reward for Liam Booth there, 4 off the over. Nicely hit 4 for Adam Worrell. You can see Hyde. Hello, Finn. Hyde don't have to concern themselves with the run rate. There's so many overs. Did a good job to keep Didsbury to 229 in the end. They'll have been disappointed having them 133 for 6 that they got to 229, but considering where Didsbury could have got to, they'd have taken that certainly at when they lost the toss. Nick Anderson again bowling to Charlie Barnard, this time who steals a single nicely. That ball's hit the stumps and they're going to get a second. Where smart thinking, smart running by Adam Worrell. Yeah, the ball comfortable in the end actually. Smartly taken single, the throw hit the stumps and the ball ricocheted away. Adam Worrell alert to the situation. He was at the strikers and then could see down the pitch and got home for that second run very well. So 2 runs on the total, 55 for 2. Have you finished already? Oh, nice shot from Charlie Barnard. Slightly overpitched. And Charlie Barnard quickly onto that. Hit it very nicely. Hitting it very nicely through extra cover. And a second boundary for him in 5 balls. He's now into double figures for a sticky start. But quite rightly not rushing, just taking his time. And he's got another 4 there. Successive boundaries now. And 3 4s in 6 balls for Charlie Barnard. I'd go on to 63 for 2. And that's, I'm just looking now, 6 4s that Nick Anderson's conceded. And 13 in the innings already. 52 runs in boundaries. Didsbury having to put another man out now into the covers. Noah Crows has come out from that gully position. See the orthodox 2 slips back now. That's after he edged through there in the last over. But firmly finding the middle of the bat now. And good over for Hyde and well batted Charlie Barnard. You can see that partnership now with Adam Worrell, 22 already. Steady partnerships for Hyde. So Liam Booth coming in for his 7th over. Into Adam Worrell. Keeper up now. And he's edged that away. It'll be at least 2. Going to take a 3? Yes, they're going to go for 3. Long chase back. Tim Hughes. 3 runs the result. Runs flowing still for Hyde. Didsbury on the defensive. Keeper up, just 1 slip. Sorry, I'm just can't believe this. My team Middlesbrough 3-0 up now. A glorious afternoon at the Riverside. My son, I believe, is there enjoying that. So at least something to give us a little bit of cheer in the scorebox while Didsbury toil here for these wickets that they need. That's another 4. It's flicked in front of square. Charlie Barnard really finding his range now after that quiet start. It's 1 off 23 balls. He's now taken 18 off his next 11. As you can see, 19 not out of 34 in total. It's 4 fours he's hit in the last 10 balls he's faced. Down the leg side, but 4 byes this time. Sorry, I thought Charlie had taken that, but it's actually a bit raggedy this from Didsbury. 75 for 2. I'd got up to with the keeper standing up. Anything down the leg side is going to be difficult to stop. Already this target's been rapidly reduced. And dot ball to finish the over. I beg your pardon now, let's just have a look. Okay. Right, there we go. So my apologies, a slight error with the scoreboard there, and not for the first time James putting me right. 74 for 2. Nice shot from Adam Worrell. Single from Adam Worrell. Sorry, we've got the scoreboard right now. It's my mistake. So should be up to 75. There we are. 75 for 2. That's flashed off the edge. 4 more runs for Charlie Barnard. Into the 20s now with his 5th 4. 23 not out for him, and Hyde racing along. 79 for 2. Didsbury trying to G themselves up here, but it's been a really slack few minutes from them as Hyde have capitalised on some indifferent bowling. It's been some good balls, but some very hittable balls. These two have put on 38 now. It's 45 balls faced, and Charlie Barnard really finding his range after his cautious start. Another nice firm drive, but this time to extra cover, no run. The dot ball brings Didsbury some relief, and they're going to have to conjure a breakthrough from somewhere. Barnard, I'm just looking at this, 5 fours. His last 13 deliveries. Be growing in confidence, understandably. So last ball of the 15th over coming up. A nice solid defensive shot from Charlie Barnard. 79 for 2 off 15, and you can see the Didsbury bowlers there. A wicket each, but they've been expensive. 15 fours in this innings, and Steve Green is going to be brought into the attack, so we wondered when abouts spin would come into it, and we have our answer. There has been a lot of runs to concede. I'd already have the requirement down to 151. 43 overs to bat, so plenty of time for them. To see more left arm round the wicket. Steve Green, reliable performer for Didsbury, and they're going to need something from him today. Missed out with the bat. But Didsbury will need him to feature with the ball. This game is slipping away already, I think. Pulling to Adam Worrell. He's just got to slip in, but then it's a ring of fielders and a man back on the leg side, and even then again Adam Worrell finds a gap. Oh, quite amazingly, having got very little on it, he's glanced it right down to find leg for 4. So the runs keep coming for Hyde. Into the 80s now. Again, looking, finding the gap. There'll be another 2 here at least. Marcus Fisher chasing right back, and he's going to do well to stop it. He has stopped it, and they've run 3 runs there, I believe. Yeah, they've run 3, yeah. Yep. And the second 3 of the match, but good shot from Adam Worrell. Smart single. This is good batting from the Hyde pair. Every run, every opportunity to score they are taking. And Didsbury have really got a lot of thinking to do here. They're going to have to tighten this up. Force some mistakes, but Hyde getting themselves into such a good position. An assured show. 8 off that over. No problems at all. And the score 87 for 2. You can see the run rate, although it's not going to be the issue. It's in a very healthy position also for Hyde. I'm going to see Nick Anderson again from this end. Captain backing himself, which is fair enough. And he comes in ball to Charlie Barnard. Dot ball. Nicely hit, but well fielded. Man back at Tim Hughes at deep in the gully there. to make some noise and just gee themselves up here. They've a little ragger, that's off the edge, whizzed down to third man for 4 runs, and the 50 partnership, yes indeed, these two, third 50 partnership we've seen today, but a very welcome one for Hyde. This third wicket in good time as well, 58 balls. And that has really given them a great impetus towards their victory target. They're very well. A bit of fortune here and there, but everyone's going to need that, and some lovely shots. 17 boundaries. That was the 17th we saw just then from Charlie Barnard that brought up that 50 partnership. 91 for 2, the target now just 139 away. Not you, James, it seems like the blink of an eye. Just got going with it. Short and pulled, but no power in it. All along the ground though, safely enough. To backward square leg, no run, so 4 off that over. 17 bowled. Terrific. Yeah, he's got some promise, that lad. Steve Green in for a second over to Adam Worrell, trying that little glance that got him some runs in the last over, but Max Backhouse preventing any such opportunity this time round. Be wanting to get into a groove here quickly. Steve Green, Didsbury need him to. And this game's going away at a rate of knots at the moment. Switching around mid-off and mid-on. Very defensive field, just the one slip. Man back up, deep backward square. But everyone in saving one as it needs to be. From Didsbury, we've got to keep the men in and just make Hyde work for all of these runs. I was just chatting a little earlier with James Duffy's dad. James now moved over to Chester, and doing very well for them today by all accounts. So there's a chance. Oh, good throw, but the fielder Nick Anderson disappointed. The umpire in good position there. Simon Smith, he got out the way into the right place straight away shook his head. It is one of those things, if you hit and go like that, it's very difficult even with a direct hit, unless it's much closer, to prevent the run. But nonetheless, good effort from Didsbury in that over, just a single from it. So bit of a cause for cheer for them, but Hyde still very much in the ascendancy, and they've deserved to be so. Batted really well. Nick Anderson persevering. His 10th over. 92 for 2. We're at in the after 18. To Adam Worrell, who will have faced each other a time or two, no doubt. Batted really well earlier. Now, boys. Happy, Danny? Happy? Batted terrific. Just chatting with the Hyde captain, just walking past the box and just saying, oh, don't know. Yeah. No, just not around today. We've got. Continuing our chat with the Hyde captain while he's by the box, but might have heard him shouting encouragement there for Adam Worrell, who hit that beautifully on that short delivery very quickly, powered it away for an 18th four in the Hyde innings, his third. Hyde 96 for 2. Danny goes off for a wander around the field with Jason Eberl, and must be, as I say, very happy with what he's watching. Why not? Batted very well last week, Hyde, in a convincing win over Widnes, and repeating that form today. Going at 5 runs and over, as they are doing in this, as the 19th over comes to an end. 96 for 2. You can see that partnership now, 55 off 73, and it's been a lovely fluent partnership. Some really good running. Adam Worrell is using his experience well, and Charlie Barnard, after a sticky start, was just 1 off 20. Correction, 1 off 24 deliveries. He's now got 27 off 25. The next 25 is faced, and he's edged that one, and he may be getting another boundary here. Oh no, we're getting a pre-signal, but it's 4 leg byes. 4 leg byes, yes indeed. Couldn't see it go to the boundary, but a boundary nonetheless, and the Hyde 100 is up. 100 for 2. That's another thing, as well as the 18 fours off the bat. We've had a lot of 4 byes and now 4 leg byes. And Didsbury do not have the runs to play with. They will know that. And that's hit well, but out to cover. Marcus Fisher fairly deep in the covers there, so he was able to prevent any run, but no need for any risks at all from Hyde. They can just bide their time easily now with a rate under 3.5, and they're going at over 5. They can just take it nice and easy. See James Green just doing a few limbering up exercises here at square leg as they take another single. Can't be stopped. It's gone so quickly, and Booth there at mid-off, but cannot stop a 1. Takes Charlie Barnard to 29. This partnership now worth 60. The highest of the match. This has been a really good partnership for Hyde. It's been Adam Worrell's used a lot of intelligence, experience, hit the bad ball. As 20 overs have been bowled rather, and 101 for 2 Hyde. indeed going to see a change. James Green replacing Nick Anderson. This pars would end. 1 for 44 from his 10 overs for Nick. And just hear him shouting now. He wants 2 backward. He wants Marcus Fisher's going right out onto the sweeper boundary. We've got Tim Hughes and Steve Green very deep. Sort of a deep gully and deep point to Charlie Barnes. James Green's first ball in. Bowling to Charlie Barnard. And Nick Anderson just getting Liam Booth to trot right across as he's coming right over to third man. He was at long leg, so it was a bit of a trek for Liam in the deep. And Tim Hughes, you might just see Liam Booth jogging across, and Tim Hughes coming into shot now at a more orthodox position of gully. Oh, I thought he'd edged that. It's one past the edge. A rare beating of the bat, it has to be said, by the Didsbury bowlers in these last few overs since that second wicket. Which fell just at the end of the 7th over. They've not looked in any trouble. Oops. Umpire Chris Rigg just twitched a little bit there. Thought we might be getting a wide signal, but no. Lets that one go. So James Green, a tall man, as you can see, and last week at Toft, as I was saying, generated plenty of pace and some bounce as well. He was testing at the middle of the pitch to good effect. Again, good pace there, but Charlie Barnard can just let that one go. Hit one of the Toff batsmen on the head last week, James, with a short delivery. He thought he'd got a glove on it as well, and it was out court, but was given not out. But looks like he's developing some good pace here, but at the moment not making the batsman play.
Superb, Charlie. Keep going, son.
But Didsbury just need to stop this flow of runs. It's been 2 maidens in the whole innings. It's very difficult to contain this ground. On this ground, it's lovely for batting. This fast outfield as well. But that's a tidy start from James Green, a maiden over. So something for Didsbury to build on. So it'll be his brother Steve to continue. From that far end. You can see the Didsbury bowling. And they have got other bowling options, but just need to build some pressure here. They haven't succeeded really in doing that so far. And Adam Morrow clearly fancying that area for runs, that little glance, deliberate edge, but Tim Hughes around quickly to cut the possibility off. Down the pitch this time. Oof, I thought that might have been a caught and bowled him initially, but obviously straight into the ground, but smartly fielded and straight back to the keeper by the bowler. Good cricket all round. Oh, that's nicely hit. That's through the gap. I can see that's gone through the gap there. It's beaten 2 fielders as well. 4 runs. Lovely shot from Adam Worrell. All along the ground. And beat 2 desperate dives in the field. Noah Crowe, San Marcos Fisher between them. Could not cut that ball off. 4th 4 for Adam Worrell. He's on to 26 now. Just 34 balls. And he's gone big, and I think he's got, it might be 4 or 6. It is 6. He's certainly safe. There was no fielder out there. And a calculated risk from him. Even a miss hit would be safe because there was no fielder, but as it was, caught it sweetly enough. Right over the boundary for the first 6 of the Hyde innings to go with those 19 fours, and they're raced onto 111 for 2. They're almost halfway there to their required total. 2 excellent shots from Adam Worrell there, 10 runs, and you can just see the Didsbury, as I said, needing to build pressure, and that has just done it out. But then, oh goodness, why has he done that? Went for another big shot, and Didsbury have got a wicket. Last ball of the over, bowled round his legs, Adam Worrell. Oh, it never ceases to surprise you, this game, does it? He's out for 32, 37 balls with a 6 and 4 fours. And a much needed wicket. David Simmons coming in, a much needed wicket for Didsbury. That partnership's 70 for that 3rd wicket off 91 balls. A very impressive partnership as well it was. But thankfully for Didsbury, just 1 shot too many for Adam Worrell. Bowled round his legs. He'd already taken 10 off the over. He will feel he was in good enough form, and it was to try and take the risk, but it's cost him his wicket. And Didsbury have really got a lifeline with that one. So 111 for 3 as David Fitzsimmons, very experienced player, comes to the crease. And this is just an opening for Didsbury now. They need to build on this. They've got to get rid of Charlie Barnard as well. He's facing James Green. Pace in the last over, but it's not quite making the batsman play enough. He's got 2 slips. That's driven firmly, but straight to mid-off.
Go on, Jimmy.
So 111 for 3, 119 more wanted for Hyde, so about halfway there. I've got an excellent platform here, but we'll just need to readjust. The new batsman in. Charlie Barnard's been looking quite solid, and he's not having to play it very much. He always had a little nibble at that one, past the edge. That's a bit more the channel that James Green will be wanting to find. Nicely but well fielded, Tim Hughes again scrambling at gully to prevent any single.
Very good, Jimmy.
It's good stuff from James Green. Last ball of his second over, and that's squirted away just for only one run. Might have been two possibly if Adam Worrell had been batting, but no need to take any risks. A single off the last ball, but another decent over from James Green, just one off his 2 overs to date. Hyde on to 112 for 3. Charlie Barnard to 30. So Manhattan comes here. So Steve Green to continue, wicket with his last ball. And we'll be looking to just keep it nice and tight now. Spell, yeah. Nicely done. It's that last over where Adam Worrell hit him for 4 and then 6, but then got out off the last ball. Just caused some a little bit of a restart for Hyde, but as we've been saying, plenty of time. The overs aren't going to be the issue. Just need to keep their nerve, I think, from here. Didsbury need to force some mistakes. Tried a little flick onto the stumps there. I think Steve Green missed it and singled the result. Charlie Barnard judging that one nicely. So we'll bring Dave Fitzsimmons on strike for his first ball. A long-time servant of Hyde. He had a season at Heaton Mersey as captain, David Fitzsimmons, when they were in the Premier League 2008, but other than that, a lot of his career at Hyde, and a very experienced player, will know exactly how to play this. Huge appeal, but the umpire was shaking his head pretty well straight away, despite the enthusiasm of the Didsbury fielders. Not out, and but an encouraging over for Steve Green, just one from it. And David Simmons might have momentarily had his heart in his mouth, but umpire Steve Smith very quickly saying nope, not out. And he will survive. So Didsbury going green. 2 greens. Trying the downers. James into his 3rd over. He's conceded the 1 run so far. And Charlie Barnard's been dominating the strike rather since the fall of the wicket. Back on here. Oh, he's gone, has he? There's a big appeal. There's a huge appeal now, and the batsman looking innocent, but it doesn't. None of that matters. The umpire remains totally unmoved, and Didsbury just got to get on with it. There was a similar appeal in the Hyde inning, as I recall. Andrew Jackson was equally confident about. Was it a catch behind? I think it was, wasn't it, James? Yeah, but again, Chris Rigg on that occasion said no, and on this occasion equally unmoved. There was a noise, but clearly not off the bat. But not so. Bit of what he was doing last week, James Green. He can generate some decent pace, but Charlie Barnard's just got to gather himself here. The decision's not out. Didsbury just have to get on with it. Umpired with both these gentlemen. Chris Rigg, a fine umpire, decisive there in his decision making, so that's fine by me. And Charlie Barnard has just got to dig in again. Probably be a bit of chat out there, I would think, but that's all. It's part of what goes on. Says as an umpire, the caught behind is the hardest decision to give. People say LBW is, but LBW is a lot more straightforward. It's those little nicks, certainly down the leg side as well. Very difficult to judge. Huge appeal from the field, none at all from the bowler. He wasn't interested at all, and the umpire also not impressed. But James Green didn't appeal at all, and I think he knew that was going down the leg side. Nonetheless, a good over 5 dots. And it's been a good first 3 from James Green, just 1 run from him. And that one there. Through to the keeper, so another maiden. And just a bit of fight going on from Didsbury in the trying to claw their way back into the game. They know they need everything they can possibly get, because Hyde have taken advantage of some loose balls to hit. You can see there those partnerships, that 70 partnership for the 3rd wicket. Oh dear. Hearing rumours there may be a few spots of rain in the air. We hope not. A run there for Dave Fitzsimmons. Tim Hughes couldn't prevent it. He was tumbling at run round from gully. The ball ricocheted off his knee, went away. So a single. Dave Fitzsimmons away. Charlie Barnard has faced plenty of the bowling in these last 3 overs. On strike again. And again, Steve Green trying that flick through onto the stumps. Some of the chat between some of the Hyde spectators about the decision last over, but like I was saying, they're very difficult decisions. This caught behind, the hardest you can give as an umpire. The fielding side are always going to be confident, and you have to make a judgment as a batsman. Charlie Barnard thumps one away to mid-off, single. And anyway, the decision's given, it's not out, and we get on with the game. 115 for 3, so Hyde exactly halfway to their target. 115 required, plenty of overs left, still over 32 overs left, so that's not going to be an issue. It's just a question of whether Didsbury can apply enough pressure, cause a bit of panic, maybe come up with the odd gem of a delivery. Should be fascinating to see. Oh, and that's a bit of a loose shot from Dave Fitzsimmons there, a bit of a waft. Keeper missed it as well. Anyway, dots the net result, and 2 off that over. .26 bowled. James Green ready for another over, another go at Charlie Barnard. Hitting him firmly and quickly on the pad. That was a quick ball. And he's just having started very slowly, 1 off 24 balls, and then rattled on to 30 off 66. Relatively speaking, he suddenly really picked up a score. He's just gone back into his shell a little bit. Charlie Barnard here. Oh,
Greenie,
just having a look now. What's he done? He hit a boundary in the 17th over. So let's have a look. What was that? 45. So off his next 37 balls, he's just got 5 runs. Just regrouping again, but does not need to panic, as we've been saying. There's plenty of time, and he's played himself in and worked very hard for this 32. And Hyde will certainly want him to just keep working it out, keep chipping away. And he's got a gift there. His patience rewarded. First poor ball James Green has bowled, and he's gone for 4 runs. It's hit nicely through square. And Charlie Barnard again just showing, the, as we say, the virtue of that patience.
Come on, guys. All of us here, fellas, come on.
It's his 7th 4. He moves to 36 now, top scoring in the Hyde innings. I have to say he's looked very composed as well. I wonder if he's attracted Cheshire's interest with his bowling and also been able to bat like this. At number 3, key position. That 4 took Hyde past halfway now, so 111 the requirement for this victory. Oh, that's slashed right through the gap between slip and gully. 4 runs. So a flurry of runs from that over. 8 2 boundaries for Charlie Barnard, and James Green having been so tight. Otherwise, as you can see there, still only 9 off his 4 overs. We're going to have a drinks break. Yeah. So we'll just put our drinks break on here. With Hyde 123 for 3, they require another 107 off 31 overs. 3.45. And Charlie Barnard 40 not out now with those 2 4s. And we'll be back again after this drinks interval. Just getting ourselves ready for the resumption. The umpire Simon Smith has gone off for his warm jacket. So we got a lot chillier. That lovely sunshine earlier, but that's a distant memory now. As the umpire donning his warmer coat. See him just coming into shot there, the umpire. So Steve Green's going to resume from that far end of his 7th over. I'd say 107 required for Hyde from 31 overs. Plenty of overs left. Didsbury need wickets. And still working that one out there with the computer. Right, so ball number 2. Oh dear, and that was nearly the last one for Dave Fitzsimmons. A bit of a swish outside the off stump. Confident appeal, but quickly again and decisively no from the umpire. He's been, that's how Simon gives his decisions, and very confident and clear. That's what the players need. So we're just down the leg side, but Didsbury just have to be patient as well and try and force mistakes. They've got the field up, so that's a bit of a bit of a slash there. You see, it's that kind of shot we're after. Now on that occasion it's gone past the fielder at backward point for 4. Not entirely convincing shot, but nonetheless an effective one for Dave Fitzsimmons. 4 runs. That's 22 4s in this innings and a 6, and we've had one lot of 4 byes and a lot of 4 leg byes as well. 32 4s in the Didsbury innings and 2 6s, so it's really been a lot of exercise for the umpire's arms today, signalling to us. As that over comes to an end, the first one after the drinks interval, over 28, 127 4-3. Hyde score. We're going to see a change at this end as well, I think. James Green out of the attack. Oh, it looked like we were, but no. I thought Max Backhouse was lining up as if he was going to bowl some off spin. He may still be, I can't see. Oh, well, it can't be James because he's down here on the sweeper position. So it is going to be Max Backhouse to bowl. 4 pacey overs, good overs from James Green. There's a couple of 4s in that last over, but it's really generating some zip. But Didsbury trying to change it. We've got some right arm spin now. They're just trying to get the field in the right position. Marcus Fisher is the man on the leg side boundary. He's right in front of square. We've got a backward square leg, a mid wicket, mid on, mid off, extra cover, sweeper, backward point. And the leg slip you will see there as well. That's Noah Crows in position there. And Liam Booth coming in from backward square leg. So it's an interesting attack, this. No conventional slip. So obviously turning the ball into the batsman if you can turn it. That's well fielded. Steve Green at backward point, snuffing out any possibility of a run there. Nicely hit by Charlie Ballard, but straight to mid-off to the Didsbury captain Nick Anderson. A bit of a strange shot there from Charlie Barnard. Finished that maiden over from Max Backhouse, his first. It's a bit betwixt and between there what he should do, but survives. Didn't know whether to defend or score high, Simon. Brings Steve Green back to resume battle with David Fitzsimmons. A full toss there, and I think David Fitzsimmons is going to tuck into that. Needs no second invitation. Power that away through Weidman off for 4 runs. That's not a good ball from Steve Green. He won't be pleased with that. And again, Didsbury just building pressure with a maiden, and then a bit of a gift follows straight away. A nice gentle full toss that Dave Fitzsimmons wasn't going to miss out on. 4 runs to him. Takes the requirement for Hyde under 100 now. 99 needed. 131 for 3. 30th over. Plenty of time. And certainly so far that the batting's been good to watch for a Hyde perspective. Half appeal there. A lovely innings from Luke Young earlier we saw. And then Adam Worrell played another very handy little 32 that he made. Good time, good partnership with Charlie Barnard, who's really anchored the innings for Hyde. That's what you need. And Fitzsimmons has gone for a big shot and he's got 6. He's nearly hit my car. No, he's just missed my car there. Well, I know where you live, David Fitzsimmons, so don't try that. 6 runs though into the car park. Calculated risk. There's nobody back on this leg side boundary, so even if it was a miss hit, the chances are he would have got away with it. But as it was, full value, 10 off the over. The result. Good shot from David Fitzsimmons there. So he's into double figures, 15 to him now. And I had 137 for 3. So it'll be to Max Backhouse to try and stem this little surge of runs. Maiden to Charlie Barnard last time. A quicker ball hit away, and that's going to be probably well fielded. James Green on the running round from sweeper position to keep it to a single. 138 for 3. And this will be Dave Fitzsimmons' first look at Max Backhouse. Noah Crows has moved across to slip, as you can see in your picture. Another leg slip in for Charlie Barnard, but conventional slip in now. Tucked away easily for a single. For Dave Fitzsimmons. Nicely placed. It's become quite a dull afternoon now. We had all that lovely bright sunshine earlier and blue sky. A little bit chillier as well. Still dry though, thankfully. There's another good over from Max Backhouse, comes to an end, just 2 from it. You can See this partnership building as well now between Charlie Barnard and Dave Fitzsimmons. 28. Plenty of time, so the amount of time it's taken is of little consequence. Steve Green to continue, and again squeezed out by David Fitzsimmons. Might be two if they want it. No, they just settle for one, but single off the very first ball of the over again. It just gives that bit of impetus to the batting side. Very comfortable in defence. This will be his 100th ball, this next ball. He's shown a lot of composure, batting through nicely, doing a great job for his team. With all these overs in, it's the ideal time just to build a nice steady innings. Oh, having said that, he's come down the pitch for some reason, squirted off the edge, no run. But, I don't quite understand why the risk was taken there, but anyway, no drama for Hyde as a result. One off that over, tidier over from Steve Green, 140 for 3. In again. Dave Fitzsimmons again finds that single on the offside. It's thrown in quickly. Half a shout from Didsbury for a run out, but again, umpire Smith very decisive. Firm shake of the head, no. Single is the result. So takes the target now under 90 required for Hyde. 89 more. A bit of a toe end there from Charlie Banner, but plenty of width to play with. Again, they just settled on one. That's a nice shot, chop out to the cover boundary. James Green coming round to field, keep it to 1. Just good steady batting from these two. Partnership now 32. Oh gosh, well hit for nothing. That one. Again, quietly defended to end another productive override. 3 from it. Tidy enough from Max Backhouse. You can see there, 3 overs for 5 for him. But it's the wickets column that Didsbury are interested in, and there's only 3 entries in that one, and that is their problem. Lack of effort, but just cannot find these regular breakthroughs that they need. Steve Green into his 10th over. And Didsbury needs some magic from somewhere. That's to backward point, no run. Tim Hughes around smartly. Limping a little bit, Tim. I don't know if that's just a habit thing or if he's carrying a little niggle. Oh, and that one. Oh, wondered for a minute if he actually played on, but I think it hits the. It must have hit the wicketkeeper's pads. Again, some interest there. So, and a maiden over from Steve Green. So we're just having a few issues again with the computer here. It's probably more me actually than the computer. What do they call it? Picnic. Problem in chair, not in computer. Maiden over for Steve Green is first. As Max Backhouse quickly into a new over. Good firm shot there from Charlie Barnard. Breaks the shackles somewhat. Past the fielder at mid-on. And that's a 9th 4 for Charlie Barnard. On to 46 now. And chose the right ball to attack there. And down the pitch again, and he's hit that beautifully, and that might even be 6, I'm not sure. No, just 4. But either way, the boundary brings Charlie Barnard 50. 109 balls, that's his 10th 4 for Charlie Barnard. A big round of applause from his Hyde teammates and those who've braved this distinctly chilly evening now. And it's been an excellent innings from the young man. Very composed. Bided his time, and now he's branching out a little bit now. That's 3 4s in the over, and that was a lovely shot short from Max Backhouse. It's been very economical up till now, but gone for 12 in that over. 4. Dot 4 to yeah, there it was to finish. And the result is Hyde have gone on to 155 for 3. Charlie Barnard 54 not out now. This is 11th 4. Oh, that 54. Sean, as I said, a lot of composure, and he can be very pleased with his efforts for the day. Taking his side to victory here. Dave Fitzsimmons at the other end, just staying with him, sweeping well, but to no effect. That's gone straight to backward square leg. And Fitzsimmons has gone again, and that's gone massive. I think we might have another lost ball here. That's a huge hit. And it brings up the 50 partnership as well. That 6, that's a consecutive 50 partnerships for Hyde. 80 balls this one. And we're just going to have a little pause here while we get the find another ball. That was a terrific shot from Fitzsimmons. 161 for 3 the score now. We'll just wait a moment till we find another ball to continue with. So I think we're back in the back in action. That's a third six off Steve Green. And Dave Fitzsimmons is at 2 of them. He's getting to that shorter boundary, and even despite a man being right back on it, it's still not that big a hit. And every confidence in his ability, and why not? He's cleared the boundary by some distance with that blow. Another lovely shot. He's lofted that over the offside this time, and that's going to be 4 runs right over the head of Marcus Fisher, who was at cover. So another expensive over. This one for Didsbury. 165 for 3, just 65 more needed for Hyde. 7 wickets in hand all the time in the world overs wise. To the over, 10 off it though. And we are going to see now Elliot Horton coming into bowl. His debut for Didsbury today. Here's Elliot Horton. What a situation to come in with the opposition rampant. Way to make your first 11 bow. Let's see what you can give the side. Bowling to Charlie Barnard. Very composed approach continues. That's gone short though, and that's a poor ball. Going to be 4 runs. It's going to be. I thought it was going to be 4 runs. Marcus Fisher's done tremendously well to stop a boundary there, tumbling stop. But 3 is the result. It was not a good ball, not hit cleanly by Charlie Barnard, but he'll take the 3. Moves on to 57. Score to 168 for 3. One man back on either side. Didsbury need to keep fielders up. To try and force the batsman to at least play some shots to get these runs they need. Shot from Dave Fitzsimmons. It's only going to be 1 though. James Green around again very smartly on the doing the sweeper job. Bit untidy in the field, but 1 run only. So okay start for Elliot Horton. 4 off that over. Takes to go to 169 for 3. James Green is going to take over from his brother at the far end, so switch of ends for James Green. Steve Green expensive today, 1 for 48, and say that those 3 sixes off him. full boundaries, full boundary fours as well, so I'll be disappointed with that. James Green, well, with some pace earlier. And Didsbury will be hoping that change of ends can just conjure some magic for him. It is definitely raining now, spotting with rain. I don't think it's going to cause any interruptions to play, at least, and I certainly hope not. But it is definitely spotting. We can both say that. Always disappointing when a lovely sunny day suddenly becomes like this. That's a nice shot from Dave Fitzsimmons, forcing it off the back foot. It's actually gone all the way for four. Gosh, I thought the fielder was closer to it than he was. He wasn't, but just glided beautifully through point. Fitzsimmons into the 34 now. Just 40 balls. It's his fourth four to go with two big sixes. Partnership's now 62. Following on from that stand of 70 between Charlie Barnard and Adam Worrell, it's really given Hyde a lot of impetus. So David, a very, very experienced cricketer and a super guy as well. Always got a smile on his face. Plays the game in the right way. A very easy man to have when you're umpiring, as I have done on a few occasions when he's been playing. Very easy man to umpire on the field. Credit to his team. One past his outside edge there, but that won't trouble him. He'll just carry on. It's just a light, but very light drizzle. Everything's filled in. As I say, when it starts off so nice and then comes like this, it's always a bit of a disappointment, but we should get through okay. That's the main thing. That's nicely bowled. That's a good full length, and that beat him. A loose drive from the batsman. Good full length from James Green. He's just got to keep it there, keep patient. But, good few overs from him. Nice solid forward defensive. Comes the over to an end. And then you can see the Hyde card. 173 for 3, and these two batsmen. Those good contributions around from Luke Young and Adam Worrell. Got their side into a great position. What's the equation? Let's have a look. 57 more now needed. 20 overs still remaining to be bowled. So no issues, as we've been saying throughout, with the time available. It's Elliot Horton starts his second over, only to Charlie. That's short for Charlie Barnard. Easy run there, just flicked away into the leg side for a single. Fitzsimmons poking down, but you can just see Tim Hughes scrambling across there. Prevent any run. Short, can he? Oh, just short and pulled. Liam Booth scrambling around at backward square leg, just couldn't get to it. Despairing dive, but the ball just evaded him, went out for a single. leg before, but nobody interested in that. That's going to be a couple of leg buys. Yeah, just about to get our signal from the umpire. There we are, 2 leg buys. That's the final action of that over, so Hyde on to 177. See, they're bowling from Didsbury, expensive at the start, unfortunately, and they've tried to drag it back, but Hyde have kept going, chosen the right moments to attack, and got themselves into this terrific position now. They are all set for victory. Over 40 about to start. They need 53 more runs. Appeal again from all over the field, but no interest at all from umpire Simon Smith. And I think that's another 2 leg buys. Yep. Definitely beat Fitzsimmons for pace, but offline. Shot from Fitzsimmons again, just driving through that extra cover gap that is there. Looks like that's 2, and they've run another 3. Didn't quite time it, and Marcus Fisher could come right round from sweeper to cut off. Nonetheless, 3 runs the result, so 5 off the first 2 balls of this over. Target to under 50 now, 48 required. And I'd have be very pleased with this. It just has that feel about it that this is their game, and they have deserved it. They played very well. They've bowled Didsbury out with 3 overs unused, which they've got back. As Charlie Barnard pulls a short ball there, I think it's not quite where he intended it, but it's just crawled over the boundary at wide long on for 4. I think he was trying to pull it a bit more square than that, but nonetheless, 4 is the result. His 12th 4. Takes them into the 60s, 62, and that's 9 off this over. And yes, we're saying Hyde have played very well, certainly batted very sensibly. Charlie Barnard started very slowly, but just patiently built his innings. A little flurry of runs, and then another period of reconnaissance before he's started to score again. On 70 with Adam Worrell for the 3rd wicket, and now 75 for this wicket, the 4th. These 2 good partnerships are really the key. The over ends, and David Fitzsimmons, his partner, 38 not out now, just off 49 balls. He's been a super foil for Charlie Barnard. They've batted really well, this pair. Can't have any chances, have they, James? I don't think they've given any chances at all. Not really. Yeah. Yep. No, nothing. And yeah, it's this kind of batting that wins you matches. Didsbury need to keep fighting, trying to pick these wickets up. Elliot Horton into his 3rd over. Got 1 bowling point so far, Didsbury. They want to take as much as they can from the game, but they need another 2 wickets just to get another bowling point. So a lot to do for them, because it's tidy enough. And just over the head there, oh, a bit of a swipe from David Fitzsimmons. Tim Hughes, a despairing leap at mid-on. Might just have seen it in your picture there. It was over his head. 4 runs the result. 30th 4 off the bat in this innings, as well as the 4 byes and 4 leg byes, and 3 sixes as well. There were 32 4s and 2 sixes in the Didsbury innings. As we were saying, the umpires have been have had a workout with their arms today for sure. Goodness. And this could be another boundary as it's racing down to fine leg. No, stop short. I think we're going to get a signal to leg byes. We are. So 3rd over in succession we've had 2 leg byes in and over. That's a single just hit out to the sweeper fielder James Green. David Fitzsimmons. He's on to 43 now. Very good time, 54 balls, and what a good innings that's been. So his partnerships into the 80s now, 82. Quicker ball, well bowled, Elliot Horton, well dug out, Charlie Barnard. So a good over for Hyde, 7 from it in total. 193 for 3. Just 37 more required now. Nick Anderson shouting encouragement to his team, trying to G them up. Try and take as many wickets as they can. There's James Green in. David Fitzsimmons solidly forward. Yeah, 62 4s and 5 6s in the game. Ian Barber, the groundsman's watching. Maybe pleased with the state of the outfield. And there might be another 4 here, I think. It's certainly going to be difficult to stop, and is. And the fielder's given it up. It's a 6th 4 for David Fitzsimmons. Down the ground for 4. And he's one more of those away from a 50. 47 off just 56 balls. Just the perfect innings for Hyde in these circumstances. Kept the impetus going that Adam Worrell helped develop. He's going to take us an easy single there, just nudges that away for 1. Oh no, a leg by. I thought that's a... I did, but there we are. The umpire rules leg by, so he'll have to wait a little longer for that half century, but still it's 1 on the total. It's the crucial thing. 198 for 3. Oh, and that's one past the edge, which has been all too rare for Didsbury this afternoon. One of those. Half shout, but no interest from the bowler. Yorker to end the over number 42. That's well kept out by Charlie Barnard. You can see Hyde's dominance with the bat, that run rate climbing and a long way away from the Didsbury one, which just shows how well they've paced the innings. Kept the board ticking. There was a brief period when runs seemed to have dried up, but that's a long time ago now. Max Backhouse coming back into the attack. Elliot Horton, just 3 overs for him. So Max Backhouse returning, bowling to David Fitzsimmons. Fitzsimmons down the pitch. An appeal felt like before. Oh no, there's a chance to scramble, but a leg by in the end. Yeah, an appeal felt like before. Turned down, and then a bit of hesitation as the batsman Fitzsimmons seemed to stand there. But got through for the single in the end, so just one away from the 200 now, Hyde. That's gone up in the air now. This is it's split the fielders. No, it's not a chance at all. A couple of runs is the result. I thought for 1 minute that's gonna really cuffed that. It just spiraled up in the air, but it split the fielders. 2 runs is the result, and the Hyde 200 up. Under 30 required now. 29 more wanted. It's just nudged away, but no run. Steve Green at backward point. And turned away, no run. So good return for Max Backhouse, and you can see this excellent partnership's now up to 90. It's been added in really good time. Just in 20 overs, or sorry, 21 overs now. Really good time, and it's taken Hyde to the brink of what would be a fantastic win for them. Make it 2 out of 2 at the start of the season. James Green gonna bowl again. Now we'll have to see, because we've had, if we can keep a little run going here, we've had leg byes in the last 5 consecutive overs. Not going to have one there. It's going to have a single off the bat. So David Fitzsimmons goes to 48. So let's see if we can keep that run of leg byes going. So, sort of thing that appeals to people like me. In, that's down to 3rd man and well fielded in the end. It was a shot. Tim Hughes had to watch it, didn't bounce past him, skew past him. A couple of runs is the result. Scoring colleague James Howe very impressed with that shot, and good scrambling stop in the deep to prevent another boundary. It's a nice shot wide of Nick Anderson at mid-off, and as you can hear, possibly from the acclaim from the Hyde players and supporters, another boundary 13th four for Charlie Barnard. To 70 now. And Hyde to 208 for 3, and this partnership to 97. And what an excellent one it's been for Hyde. Super innings from this young man. So he'll be playing for Cheshire over the next couple of days, and this will put him in great heart for that. It's edged down to third man where it'll be a single. There's 21 more now required for Hyde. David Fitzsimmons, he's 2 away from a 50, and this pair are 2 away from a 100 partnership. So, see if you can do both in one ball. Well, you can do neither. Sit firmly back. Our run of leg bys is broken as well. Dot ball to end the 44th over. There you can see a very healthy scorecard for Hyde, 209 for 3, and what a good batting performance this has been from them. And we'll take a lot of encouragement from that. So they lost the services of James Duffy, stalwart there for many years and a fantastic batsman. Also, I think actually one of the best fielders I've seen at this level. But they've got Luke Young back as Charlie Barnard takes a single there. And with a batting lineup in this sort of form as well, every reason to be very confident for the season ahead, because it'll be 2 very impressive batting displays in 2 weeks from them. And that's eased away, and that's the 100 partnership. I don't know if anybody will notice, they tend not to, players, which is a bit unfortunate, but that has been a magnificent partnership. 100 partnership, 136 balls, 20 odd overs, and that's that gone for 6. He's certainly got hold of a lot of that. It has. It's gone all the way for 6 onto the longest boundary. And Charlie Barnard, who's been very selective in his stroke play, chosen the right balls to attack, and certainly there absolutely hammered that, and that is a big hit. That is a long way, that mid-wicket boundary, and it's sailed over it for 6 runs to take him to 78. Hyde to 217 for 3, just need 13 more. Oh, and they're going to get a run to end the over. I thought that was a dot, but no, it's bobbled past the fielder, so a single to end the 45th over. And there we have, see the bowling figures there. Try as they might, none of the bowlers have really been able to get on top and dominate, and it's been all Hyde. We're closing in on, as we've said, what will be an excellent victory. These two now have added 107 for this 4th wicket. Superb effort, and taking their side to the brink of an excellent win. There's no doubt they're going to win it. That's off the edge. But it's gone so fine. It's gone for 4, and that just takes us now a couple of hits away from victory. Now, is Charlie Barnard? What do you think, James? Is he going to hit 2 4s and deny David a half century, or?
I think he'll hit 2 4s if there's 2 4s to be here.
Ruthless captain James Howe. This is why Hyde these players they do. No room for sentiment in this game. Yeah. Charlie Barnard, 83 not out now, 14 4s, that's his 14th, 1 6 as well. That's only going to be a single. It looked a very good shot, but you can't see the man coming round there from the square leg boundary. So Charlie Barnard will not be in contention for the threes, I'm afraid, playing like this. James, I wasn't impressed with this sentiment. Forget it, Charlie. I'm going to play on a Sunday, no chance. Playing like this, we need hard-nosed people. Anyway, Dave Fitzsimmons, one away from a 50, and he's got it. And he might even get 4 for it. He's going to reach it with his 7th 4. Glides it through backward point. So 65 balls and 2 6s to go with those 7 4s. It's been a terrific innings from a very experienced player, terrific player for Hyde. And just one hit away, just 3 runs required now for Hyde to complete what will be a very satisfying win for them. Comprehensive win it'll be as well. 8 wickets on week 1, and it's looking all like 7 wickets on week 2. They're going to go for a single. Yeah, they're stopped very well by Noah Crowes. Backward point, but couldn't in the end prevent a run. So just 2 required. Lovely shot, and that's going to be the winning runs. The winning runs are hit 4 for Charlie Barnard. Hyde have won the match by 7 wickets, 232 for 3. And sorry, just adjusting the scoreboard here. And a resounding win. They won by 8 wickets on day 1, and today they've won comfortably by 7 wickets. Still had over 12 overs unused, and a magnificent partnership of 121 unbroken. And Charlie Barnard, who finished 88 not out of 137 balls, 15 4s and a 6 he hit. David Fitzsimmons 54 not out of 66 balls, 7 4s and 2 6s. 35 4s and 4 6s in total in that Hyde innings. We had 32 and 2 in the Didsbury innings, so a real boundary fest today, but a comprehensive win for the visitors Hyde. And we'll just wait before we cut our stream to hear, hopefully you'll hear the round of applause, well deserved round of applause, as David Fitzsimmons applauds in his batting partner Charlie Barnard, 88 not out, getting the acclaim of his teammates, and rightly so. Congratulated by all the Didsbury players too. That's been a brilliant innings from him. And as I say, his 88 not out. David Fitzsimmons 54, contributions of 34, a sparkling 34 from just 29 balls from Luke Young, 32 from Adam Worrell. Take Hyde to a comprehensive 7-wicket win. And congratulations to them, a very good start to the season for them. Didsbury with plenty to reflect on. Gave their visitors, the opposition, 3 overs extra to bat, and just didn't really look to have got the total needed on such a fast outfield. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage today. Thank you for joining us from wherever you've been, and we'll see you next time.